To the games of the future. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament features 16 teams of up to 6 competitors. The game is played in a 5 versus 5 format until 2 wins or 3 wins in the finals. Each team has 1 reserve player. Replacements can be made between the matches, and in the event of a player injury or other force majeure, a replacement can be made during the game. The tournament consists of 2 stages, group competitions and playoffs, and the matches themselves will be held in a best-of-3 format. Only 12 teams will advance to the second stage. The group stage is played in the GSL format, the playoffs in the Olympic format. Teams that finish the group stage without defeat go directly to the quarterfinals, and those that lose one match will compete in the last 16. Teams that lose both their group matches are eliminated from the tournament. Good luck and have fun.
Future.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Games of the Future 2024. As we step into the virtual arena today, we'll be seeing the top 4 teams in the world fight out in the semifinals for a prize pool of $1 million, the biggest prize pool we have seen so far in Mobile Legends. Buckle up, as today we'll be taking off on a flight very high in the sky through the semifinals. My name is Steph Weezy, all the way out from North America, and I'm honored to be a special guest on today's show to be able to cast these games. Now, introducing a special talent who has been a part of the scene in MLBB since the very beginning. It is rumored he pulls up in a new vehicle every day to the venue. His suits are made out of the finest quality fabric. He never wears the same shirt twice. Rumor also has it that his salary is double that of the Game of Futures prize pool, and his own personal bank is sitting in his backyard. One of the richest casters in the world, and I'm convinced he is from the future. You've seen him in MPL Philippines and all.
Созидание, способное объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во флейм, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры!
And here we are. Like we stated, one of the richest casters in the world, and I'm convinced he's from the future. You've seen him in MPL Philippines, MPL Indonesia, M1 all the way to M5. Introducing the richest caster in the world from the heart of the Philippines. Wolf is in the building. How you doing?
I'm stunned. Thank you so much for that intro. However, I do wish that I am what you say I am. If money was if money was a thing, dude, I'd take all of it. But it's just I'm actually stunned. I'm out of words. This is the first time I probably stuttered in an introduction. So thank you so much, Steph, for that. And I would hope that as much hype. I hope that the games can bring as much as you did. Because like I said, I'm lost for words, dude. You stunned me.
I had to, man. I got to give credit where it's due. Definitely a vet in the game. And shout out to Wolf joining us today on our amazing venture through the semifinals. That's right. Today is the semifinals, guys. One step closer to figuring out who's the best in the world and who will be taking home majority of that $1 million prize pool and stepping into the grand finals. Now, let's do a little bit of a recap of what we've seen, right, throughout the entire tournament. We had 4 groups fighting it out for a couple of days, and then we moved on to the playoffs, which was one team getting knocked out from each group. And we had currently a couple of days of playoffs, right? We had round 1 and the quarterfinals, which were all amazing matches. And yesterday was the quarterfinals. A couple of teams did get knocked off the board. We got to see RQ Hoshi take down the Burmese Ghouls, AP Bren take out Homeboys, Blacklist International taken down by Flux Esports. Who would have thought Turkey stepping up into the scene and taking down a Filipino team? And then ONIC, 2-1 up against RCC. They did lose a match. It was looking a little shaky toward that late game, but they were able to make up for it in game 3. And here we are, now at the semifinals with some great matches ahead of us.
You know what, Steph? Watching the quarterfinals last night was, at least for Southeast Asians like me, I'm from the Philippines. When you're watching that, you're looking at quarterfinals 1 and 2, where you kind of expected that will happen, right? As a Filipino, I would go for AP Bren, and I know for sure that RQ Hoshi with 2 Filipinos in there, they're gonna take it. But my oh my, I can't believe that I'll be that surprised late in the night. This happened I think 2 a.m. in the Philippines, so we're all very, sleepy already. We're all drowsy. But then again, Flux Esports stuns Blacklist International 2-0 fashion after a very long time of not being able to defeat Blacklist International franchise versus franchise. They 2-0 Blacklist International in one of the biggest tournaments internationally for Mobile Legends. That's like mind blown. And then RCC takes away a game from ONIC. ONIC had to work for that series. Even the games that ONIC won, they had to work hard for it. So all of the drowsiness, all of the sleepiness, it went away even when it's like 2 a.m. in the morning for Filipinos, or for Southeast Asians, just because of the act that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely jam-packed and full of surprises, and I'm right there with you. Honestly, to be able to see Flux able to take a game from Blacklist, one of the most highly decorated teams on the Philippines, and to be able to take them down, I mean, they placed 3rd inside of M5, taking down a team which is kind of reminds me of Flux currently, which would be Deuce Volts, right? They had a high rise side of M5. They made it all the way to 4th place and then got taken down by Blacklist. But to see another region, Turkey, stepping up to the game and showing the world they're ready to take it to the next level, and they're going to have that shot here, right? I mean, you know what's so funny about today's matches? Semifinals game match 1 or series 1, we have RQ Hoshi versus AP Bren. We're going to be seeing Indonesia going up against the Philippines. There's only currently one more Filipino team in the mix right now, which is AP Bren. And we still are sitting with 2 Indonesian teams. We got ONIC and RQ Hoshi. But then also, like I said, since Blacklist did get taken out, we do have another region contending so far inside of the semifinals. And it's going to be some excitement. I mean, how do you feel about the new RQ Hoshi? I mean, with their new rosters, back to the RQ Hoshi name, they've been performing.
Yeah. No, I definitely high expectations for the team, especially because of their moves. I think when you're going to be asking me about what my expectations were of RQ when they did announce the roster, it was incredibly high. And now they are actually proven that those expectations are well met. Now, with all of the success that RQ was able to get in the past few days for Games of the Future, you still have some doubts of their strength as a team, right? So I'll be completely honest. I'm not yet that convinced of what they have shown, just because in their first series, they almost lost both of their games, but then they came back. So there was a little bit of a shakiness, but that's understood, because this is a new team. So when now we're talking about top 4, where they're up against teams that have great chemistry already, now that's when you start to ask questions. I still rate them very highly, right? So I think that with the coach that they have and the two Filipino players and then the rest of the Indonesians really stepping up for this team, my expectations and my rating for the team is still very high. But they're probably gonna struggle in the top 4.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a challenge. We're now looking at Banana. Speaking about RQ Hoshi, just dominating with that Benedetta, rotating all around the map. Octa being such a strong force so far. Brusco stepping into the scene. You've seen all the amazing setups. Skylar, the crazy $1 million Layla play that we got to cast. Who would have thought we would have seen Layla in an international tournament? And Irad dancing around the jungle, pulling out the Lancelot, getting the steals, getting the kills. And overall, some flawless execution as RQ Hoshi, straight out of Indonesia, looking stronger than ever.
So many good standout plays from Octa, which is interesting. But now, of course, we have the mainstay from the team, like a Banana. There's so many criticism that he was able to get when he started playing for RRQ back in MPL Season 10. Then after 3 seasons, still, people are not convinced on what Banana can bring to the table. But so far, in Games of the Future, you have noted some of the important games and important heroes that he's playing, like the Benedetta. That's surely something that you have to watch out for. And then, now they're facing AP Bren.
Yep, AP Bren stepping into the scene. Flap Teasy, not wasting any time. Definitely a fan favorite. You are seeing Pando sneaking up into the scene as well. Phew, there he is, looking stronger than ever. Heavy competitor in Ogwin. Can't wait to see these guys perform today. AP Bren, like we said, the current champions from M5. Kyle Teasy himself throwing up that fist, ready to take the fight into the land of Dawn, as you are seeing them rev up. Just got to be excited to see this matchup, right? I mean, this should be technically the hardest contender inside of Game of the Futures 2024. They are the current world champions from last year.
Of course, the tournament favorites. And then when you see them kind of slack off in the group stages, I mean, I will not mince my words here, but that's what we felt as Filipinos when they were watching AP Bren. Now they fight against Homeboys, a team that's worthy to be a contender for the team. They destroyed the competition 2-0. Now I gotta say, like watching that previous series when they went up 2-0 against Homeboys, that was a stomp, you know. And I'm not saying this because I'm from the Philippines and I know AP Bren, but I'm saying that because that's literally what happened. It was very, very quick, and everything that AP Bren was doing was connecting properly against their opponents. So what I'm trying to say here is, when you're looking at AP Bren, it looked shaky when it comes to like the first few games in the group stages, but now during it's technically playoffs mode or the top 4 or the semi or the quarterfinals mode, they're a different beast. They really turned up, and everything that they did was perfect back then.
Yeah, definitely flawless execution so far. I mean, it's no secret, you know, when you're sitting at that world champion, I mean, honestly, they're in a position where they have really everything to lose. Everybody wants to take down the biggest team in the world holding that championship title from the M Series. But so far, just a little bit of history from Game of Futures, what we've seen so far, they're currently undefeated. They're able to take down Homeboys opening day inside of Group B. They beat S2G and sent them home inside of the winners match, and then moved on past stage 1 into stage 2 of the playoffs and defeated Homeboys again and sent them home packing to the airport. And then now today, we are going to be seeing them go up against another top region, MLBB, which is going to be Indonesia, or the Philippines. Or Indonesia. Yeah, we're right.
That's right. That should be a treat. I mean, who would have? This is something that the Filipinos would love to see. When the Filipino team, or the only Filipino team left, will have to go through an Indonesian top-tier team, and then will eventually or might be getting into the finals against another Indonesian team, right? So, and especially because they're in the top 4 and this is a single elimination bracket, all of the matches now for AP Bren will be difficult. They're going to be facing up against great teams and, you know, worthy contenders of the championship. That is how you know that, okay, this is a time where the championship, the world championship, should be defended. This is how you should defend it, you know? So I'm just excited. I'm very curious on what might happen for AP Bren versus RQ Hoshi, and surely all of the Filipinos are very much excited now.
Yeah, I mean, they are the last stand for the Philippines, right? Seeing Blacklist taken down, they're the only ones sitting from the Philippines region to be able to hold that banner inside a Game of Futures 2024. But they're looking very promising as we are going to be progressing through these matches, and I definitely expect some flawless execution. But I think this may be one of the spiciest series that we've seen so far in Game of Futures 2024.
Yeah, for sure. And it's spicy enough to kind of, it's spicy enough to bring up some of the important emotions from the fans, right? So I'm gonna bring something up here, Steph. One of my friends, one of my dear friends, Manjin, and I'm sure you know him, right? And when you're watching back in M4, when there's RQ, when there's Echo, when there's Blacklist, there are Filipino teams. He's the guy that said that, yeah, you know, ONIC has been carried by a Filipino. He's that kind of guy, right? So now, he is actually like raising up the spirits of the Filipinos. And I think that he wants to prove that, the Filipino teams are really, top tier, that it's still Filipino era. So do watch his stream. Well, not right now because you have to watch. Please watch us. Don't go to his stream. But maybe if you're a Filipino, you want the history stream. Do watch him right now. He's support the Philippines. But now he's up for the challenge. So no matter if there's someone, especially from Indonesia, watching right now that wants to challenge Mr. Manjin Faldas in a dance-off or whatever, or maybe if it's a Mobile Legends game, he's up for it. And I brought this up because this is how much passion there is for the Filipino fans right now. Remember, this is 12 a.m. in the Philippines, right? So people are doing extra stuff. they're exerting more effort just to support the Philippines, and that's how passionate they are. So, yeah, big shout out to my friend Manjin Faldas, actually, and the Filipino fans. And I do hope that you enjoy the series that we are about to see.
Yeah, and that Filipino pride definitely burning hotter than ever. Shout out to everybody from the Philippines tuning in. Like you said, midnight over there. I mean, I'm in North America. It's about to be the afternoon for me, so it's daylight right now. As you can tell, my energy is going to be doubled inside of this stream because I'm not super tired at 5 in the morning casting. So fair warning if we break your eardrums as we jump into these games. I mean, you saw the amazing introduction from Wolf's introduction. Now, talking about AP Bren, right? Let's kind of dive a little bit more into that. So far, we've been seeing a couple of key players rise to the occasion. Flat Teasy on the CC, normally picking it up, having such a great impact on kind of harassing members, creating the separation from the mobility and taking the neutral objectives. We've seen Super Marco pulling out the Navaria. He was able to take down Twisted Minds twice and also used it against the Homeboys and shut them down. Both of them, just some heavy key players so far that are going to have to be looked out for if they want to have a shot to actually take them down inside of this series. You're definitely going to have to bring your A game from RQ Hoshi.
AP Bren is a team that is known to activate themselves not individually but as a team. And although that sounds very cliche, right? But if you really dive into the games of AP Bren, there's no hero. There's no game that was won by AP Bren because there's someone who pretends to be a hero. And I'm not saying like a hero in game, but a hero, right? Who wants to go for those hero plays. Whenever they try to do that, they usually lose the games. And if you look at the M5 World Championship, whenever they go for individual solo flashy plays and rely on that kind of strategy, doesn't work. But if they activate as a team where everybody's just, making sure that everybody else is working because they are activated by someone else, like the gold laner being activated by the roamer, or the mid laner making sure that the jungle is able to rotate properly by clearing out the minion wave in the middle. And then when they do team fight, it's all connected. That's the main strength of AP Bren. I think that's very visible in their series against Homeboys. You saw how perfectly AP Bren played against Homeboys because they played as a team. And that is how you actually force AP Bren. This is actually a tip for RQ Hoshi. If you want to defeat AP Bren, what you need to do is to force them to make the hero plays, right? So isolate them from the map, make sure that there's a 1v1 play that might happen between you and AP Bren, and then all of a sudden the rotation might crumble. But that's hard to do.
Yeah, and speaking of things popping up on the game and what to expect. We are seeing the Nolan banned out first from RQ Hoshi alongside the Mathilda. A little bit textbook. We've seen the Nolan deal a lot of early game damage, just being able to rotate around that jungle and be a menace. The Mathilda, I feel like is one of those more staple bans that we've been seeing so far. Everybody's scared for that mobility, sustainability that she provides, and very hard to kind of keep up with. But you spoke a little bit about AP Bren and what RQ Hoshi could do to take them down. But let's talk about the other side of the board. What could our AP Bren do to take RQ Hoshi down? Now, I would say it's going to start with taking down Skylar and Banana in the side lanes. Because so far, I had the pleasure of kind of casting Group A and watching their entire journey so far. And they've pretty much every single time won in the side lanes. You'd see Banana rotating around, seeing the Benedetta, able to cut the lanes, get the neutral objectives, and create the separation for the Lord fights. But then also at the same point, you got to see Skylar. Normally, he's beating that marksman one-on-one in the gold lane, and then even when things don't look in their favor, he pulls out a Layla last minute and still was able to pull off the victory. So, I mean, they definitely have a lot of momentum behind them, and that's something AP Bren is going to have to watch out for.
And this is the thing for RQ Hoshi. They have Coach Bren now working for them as their head coach. Obviously, a very important tool in deciding these drafts. And him knowing what AP Bren's wiring will be, that's a very interesting dynamic. Surely there's a new coach in town for AP Bren, so maybe the dynamic will be a little bit different. But the fact that for Coach Bren, he knew from the start what made AP Bren successful, especially during the M5 World Championship, where their draft was really tailored to make it work for Kyle Tizzy as well as Super Marco, right? So that could be the dynamic. And now going back to what you just said about the side lanes of RQ Hoshi, and yes, I did observe that their drafting pattern is more lean towards winning the side lanes matchup per matchup, so that they don't have to worry about it, and now they can refocus their efforts into making sure that the mid lane trio moves quickly. So now AP Bren, I think that they might go for Arlott this time. And knowing that Arlott is one of those heroes that really like it, it's an open pick, that might be the way for them to go. Apart from that, Nana is open, as well as Ruby, which is interestingly the hero of choice for Games of the Future.
You know, and speaking of things that are interesting, some smart drafting from RQ Hoshi, right? I mean, we got to see AP Bren. They were favoring the CC in majority of their games so far in Game of Futures. So they went ahead and took it away from them inside of this first pickup. And then to top it off, we kind of look at their ban so far. They banned out the Navaria, one of the hottest picks so far over there for AP Bren. And taking that off the board is going to kind of limit some of the heroes that we've seen them shine on so far in Game of Futures 2024. But there's still another pick out there. That was the Faramis being slotted up. So they will have that sustainability that they're looking for. And then some good frontline composition as well, as they are going to lock in the Boxia.
Yeah, very interesting choice here for AP Bren, going in straight for the utility jungler. Obviously, the Nolan as well as Joy is out, but their choice now is go for what works, right? So we're not yet over the phase of the utility junglers. We're not over the Fredrin, Baksha, Martis triangle that we have. As long as Joy and Nolan both banned out, there's really no other merit for teams to go for non-utility junglers. Now, one hero that is very important here is the Faramis. Because you're already opened up with the CC, that means that you can't have access to other XP laners that can actually take down the HP bars of this Faramis, or the extra HP from the ultimate. But Lilia is a great answer. And this is really such a Bren pattern. Like, pick up the Lilia, match up against the Faramis. We're all back in the M5 meta. It's just that CC is on the table.
Yeah, and CC definitely being on the table is going to create some problems. Now, looking at AP Bren, I mean, they got the sustainability, they have the crowd control, they have mobility provided from the Boxy as well, and some great, strong frontline compositions. We're going to have to see who they put in as the marksman. Now, speaking of the marksman, we've been seeing Super Marco kind of dominate. He's been running the Claude, the carry. Yeah. We also got to see him on the Brody with some great gameplay. All three of these heroes inside of his hands are a problem, and we'll need to have some answers. But speaking of answers, they're going to throw some more CC and sustainability into the mix. AP Bren picking up the Ruby. Now, that's definitely going to be something that could give RQ Hoshi a problem.
Yeah. This is a hero that can step into the bush, maybe tank some of the glooms coming up from Lilia, although not fully. Doesn't really care about pokes. Because if you're looking at RQ Hoshi, right, just with the two heroes, with CC as well as Lilia, they have a lot of damage, but they're not the burst kind of damage. And you can argue that for the Lilia if you set up properly. But if you think about it, it still is under the stereotype or the archetype of poke, right? Maybe the only tier coming out from RQ Hoshi is the Tyroth, which makes a lot of sense against the Baksha. But if you're looking at AP Bren, because they're a sustained lineup, pokes will not work. Maybe RQ Hoshi will look for big bursts from their marksman now. So maybe they closed this out with a carry, for example, or somewhere along the lines of a Nathan, actually, which I'm not entirely sure if RQ Hoshi have played or mastered before, but it is a hero that you can actually put here against the composition of AP Bren because it's a Faramis plus the Ruby as well as the Baksha. You would assume that this could be a front-to-back kind of composition coming up from AP Bren.
Yeah, definitely could be a strong answer. I mean, the only other marksman that we haven't seen, actually that we have been seeing, I would say really Mage, but ran in the gold lane position. We did see them pull out the Hareth. A lot of teams have been banning that away from them. And I don't think it would be the worst option to be able to pick up here. So I wonder if they're going to kind of ban that out. We are seeing the Minotaur, though, taken off the table. I mean, I think that's a good answer, especially with the Diggy not being banned out. It could be some great CC that could give AP Bren a problem. I mean, considering they are running the Faramis, so they're going to have to be kind of stacked together in these engagements to be able to profit from that Nether Realm. But speaking about profiting, right, we're still yet to see who they're going to be running in the gold lane positions from either side. Now, we know the staple marksmen that are usually kind of picked up is that Claude, is that Brody, which just got banned out. A possible Clint on the way for AP Bren could be a viable answer. All of these have definitely been, say, some problems. And I wouldn't just say for just these two teams, but overall, just one of the most highly picked marksmen in Game of Futures 2024.
Yeah, for sure. And that could be a priority now for AP Bren. Maybe they pick up their marksman now because they want to keep the Ruby's flexibility from Rome as well as EXP. Maybe they snatch the Nathan, actually, because it makes a lot of sense against CC, in a way, against this Lilia, because you can really dodge that so easily. And then it's a hero that is okay if there's like poke from the other side. But instead, they go Paquito instantly from AP Bren. That confirms the Ruby from that's going to be the Rome role here. RRQ Hoshi needs a little bit of burst type of marksman, right? So they banned the Brody. Maybe they go carry, but carry is generally not the hero against a Faramis. So I'm thinking like Beatrix or Nathan, actually, from RRQ Hoshi.
I'll throw one more at you. Maybe even throwing in the Bruno may actually slide in here. They've definitely been kind of going in on that. And I wonder which way it's going to go. I think burst potential is definitely what they need, especially against this strong frontline composition. I mean, you have the Ruby, the Baksha. Oh, my goodness. Skylar again. It's because
against
you have
Bren.
the richest caster on the desk. That's what's going on. $1 million caster,
What?
$1 million Layla.
No. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that they'll do it against Bren. But it worked before. It is a great laning, generally against most marksmen, just because of the range. And then they go Kufra. All right, so they force RQ Hoshi to really dig into the bag of tricks of Brusco now. And maybe this is something that I'll talk about later on. Look at AP Bren's last two bans. It's Haka Brusco. They're minimizing what Brusco can play, forcing him to go for the Kufra. And then the Kufra is not necessarily a bad hero, but it doesn't really give anything in the mid lane. It will not protect the Lilia. It will not force out the Faramis because they're going to be safe. And then the Ruby is just able to scout out where Kufra is. That's the thing with the Ruby, right? So you can mirror where the Kufra is, and the Kufra can't do anything. Like, cannot initiate because you'll always be in front of that Kufra. There's the Clint, as you've mentioned. Better range against the Layla just because of the passive. Definitely a lot more outplay potential compared to the Layla. And very strong when it comes to team fighting in the early stages of the game. Massive chance for them to take this. So this is actually a pretty good draft between two teams. I'm excited to see what the Layla can bring to the table.
And I'm just as thrilled as you are. We didn't get to see that last pick for what they're going to slot against the Layla in the gold lane. When I tried to guess the last time, that's when the Layla came out. We don't know yet. As we're going to jump to the Land of Dawn, we'll definitely let you guys know. But nonetheless, we're up for a great match in today's first series of the day, stepping into the virtual arena. We are in the semifinals for Game of Futures 2024. We're going to be seeing Indonesia up against AP Bren, holding the banner from Indonesia and holding the banner for the Philippines. The last Filipino team standing so far as Blacklist was knocked down. Will we be able to see AP Bren push on forth to the grand final, or will we see RQ Hoshi rise to the occasion?
Gonna be close.
The future.
Is this how Bren defeats his former team? Right? Is it the Layla that we will see in this particular matchup that eventually overcomes AP Bren? We'll be able to find out. For now, I'm looking at the matchups in all of the lanes. First off, Clint versus Layla. I gotta say, like, maybe it's still Clint favored, like if it's a pure 1v1, just because of the passive. And that's always been the case for Clint. He can win the laning stage just because of the passive. And I'm sure that Super Marco is pretty much able to to be adept with that hero. Now we're looking at the other end. It's Paquito going up against the CC. Now this is like very tricky. It still is matchup based, but I gotta say it's probably is CC favored in a way that it's easier for the CC to duel against the Paquito. It's not a win per se, but it's a much easier for that one. But now Few,
Yeah, it's going to rush in a little bit of damage in the mid lane. I love how you kind of broke down some of these matchups, right? I mean, when we're looking at the Layla, we know it's a really late game damage dealer that can close the game out if you let her kind of get those items. And also, I always like to call it a glass cannon, right? Very squishy in the beginning, easy to kill if you can dive. And that should be a focus for AP Bren if they do want to shut down Skylar. Because, I mean, we all seen how this played out before, right? So can AP Bren be the difference and not have the same thing happen to them? As you are seeing a big clash in the mid lane, not able to connect with the Abysm Strike, but some early aggression from RQ Hoshi.
yeah. We haven't really talked much about this Dyreth, but I do like this pickup. Third pick coming up from RQ Hoshi. After the Baksha was already revealed, they're confident enough to go for the jungle Dyreth, which we know is a direct answer to the Baksha, right? So it has enough burst to counteract the sustain that you can get from the Baksha, and there's no hero AP Bren that can stay in front of that Dyreth.
Yeah, it's big enough staying in front of things. Everybody fighting it out in front of the turtle. It does get reset. NetherRealm activated over there, trying to keep the team alive. Few being able to proc it. Ogwin will find Irad, though. Does take down the Dirath we were just talking about, meaning RQ Hoshi will not have the retribution, and the first objective will go to AP Bren.
I can see AP Bren, after the Vengeance was popped from Banana, immediately they just, they dropped it like it's a very hot plate. And then they went in back for the Faramis ultimate, which allowed them to eventually take out Irad. And after the dash from the Dyreth, that is the main weakness of the hero, by the way, no immediate dash afterwards. Oh my god, that's the problem. That's the problem with Kufra, right? It doesn't really actually protect teammates anymore. Especially if you start the fight with the jump.
You kind of called it, the ace in the hole that they need to look out for. The Kufra could be a possible problem trying to protect Sky. I mean, some great setups from Ogwin, hitting them with the unoffended. A lot of chain CC from that Ruby, and also sustainability to stay alive when that Layla's trying to burst him down. With Super Marco taking up that kill, we'll put him at a slight advantage. You know, he's trying to kind of scale a little bit better than the Layla. We mentioned if they can take down Skylar in the early phase, this is where you see the glass cannon of Layla kind of break down.
Yeah. You see the Ruby as well coming up from Ogwin, not even needing the flicker in that moment. That's gonna be hurtful for RQ Hoshi, but that's also something that Brusco has to learn from now. He has to really delegate himself and his skills to save his teammates and not initiate for now, because they don't have that license to start the fights. Maybe if they have the conceal already, that's when they can probably make a play out of the Kufra. But for now, your duty as this Kufra for Brusco is just for protecting your teammates.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of protecting teammates, I mean, we did see it go to a 30-minute game the last time RQ Hoshi had the Layla. So even though they were kind of getting a lot of objectives taken from them and having a hard time, they were able to still sustain themselves until Skylar got all of those items necessary. And then he was able to get the game winner to close out the game. So AP Bren, even though they have the slight advantage, 2 kills up, we need to see them kind of close it out. That's where Deus Voots kind of struggled up against the Layla. Even though they dominated in the early phase, in the mid game, they just couldn't close the game out. And then that's when Skylar came alive. But right now, AP Bren sitting really good in the early phase of things.
If you look back 20 or 30 seconds ago, you can see AP Bren's micro rotation, wherein they went in for the crab play, and they gave it to Super Marco. But now they're dash in the middle.
Yeah, big knockup for the stun. Hitting Kyle TZ and Few, forcing out the NetherRealm, keeping the team alive. Abysm Strike, not going to deal the damage Irad was looking for. And back to the purple buff he goes. Vengeance proc by Banana. Very low, will disengage into the mid lane.
And that's actually what Brusco needs to be doing. Imagine if he initiated first, he couldn't have defended his teammates. However, Irad wanted to go for the play when there is still the Fire Mist ultimate. And unfortunately for RQ Hoshi, this is the power spike for AP Bren. When you have the backshot that at the first turtle, it's gonna be great.
Ooh. Speaking of things that are great, massive damage.
Ooh.
Destruction Rush able to connect onto Ogwen from Skylar. You're already seeing how heavy of a hitter that Layla can be. Irad trying to close the distance. A business strike on the Super Marco, but now hit with the stun. Kyle Teasy hiding the damage, slowing him down, trying to get a pick off. Down he goes. Few will take down Irad on the aggressive back lane play, and that'll be 3 kills on the board for AP Bren.
Oh man, Ira just overheating up top. You'll understand why he went for that play. He knows that Super Marco is there, but Ogwen, even with just a quarter HP or even less, he went for the heads-up play to stun Irad so that Super Marco will be able to attack for a bit, maybe lifesteal a bit, get out into safety, and then Kyle Teasy jumped into the fray. That one weird interaction is that Brusco didn't immediately jump with the Tyrant's Revenge. He waited for far too long, and that might have been the reason why Irad actually did not survive that. Because he's already in range, right, to stop his teammate, but that costed them a death on Irad. So sometimes those trade-offs, even if you maybe sacrifice your life as the Kufra, you're gonna be way better off if Irad survived that play. So that is something that really is gonna be the dilemma for RQ Hoshi.
Speaking of dilemmas, we kind of talked about earlier in the draft things AP Bren could do to shut down RQ Hoshi, and it was definitely putting some discomfort in the gold lane and the XP lane, taking down Skylar, taking Banana. They found a kill on Skylar, and they were also able to extend the gold lead for their marksman. He's now up 1,000 gold Super Marco over him. But speaking about the lanes, Few will find Skylar, and you are seeing the chase on a Brusco. Flapteezy gonna hit him with the heavy left punch. That is going to be 2 more kills for the side of AP Bren, and now a 4,000 gold lead.
Whew. It's going to bite him. And even Octa has to run away for now. And they're going to be going for the turtle. I think this is AP Bren's. Oh, Irad! Okay, never mind. Okay, the mechanic. Working on it.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, while they got the turtle on the bot side, though, you did see Flapteezy take that tier 2 turret. So they have map control for the side AP Bren and also a great gold lead. Even though they didn't claim that turtle, I would still say overall that's a better trade for them, which is how far ahead they are for RQ Hoshi. They need to start translating some of these objectives in their favor, right? Maybe opening up the map would be a great start, because I don't know if AP Bren's the type of team that's going to let them take it to a 30-minute game like Day is Full.
Yeah, AP Bren is known to go for the, like in the movies, go for the head. You should have aimed for that. That's definitely what AP Bren is trying to do almost all the time, especially the way that they're drafting. And then you really have to commend AP Bren from their previous rotations. Like every rotation, be it micro or macro rotation, benefits the team in general. Like for example, what I said earlier, when they went in for the play up top for Super Marco to give him the gold wrap. That's that looks like a small play, but if you compound all of those plays all together, you can see AP Bren really just dominating the map afterwards. Then after this before the turtle fight, they moved in a way that they were able to poke RQ Hoshi, they were able to poke Octa. Then that meant that they can push easily. Another play.
Yeah, big play on the way. Super Marco will find Banana. They opted in on the conceal play, just went straight forward as a full 5-man team to be able to take him down. Used a lot of utility, though, but was able to extend that kill lead now 6-0. I mean, this gold is steady climbing. They're up by like 6,000 gold now, 3 turrets in, 2 above RQ Hoshi. RQ Hoshi has yet to find a kill so far in this entire game, as we are hitting that 10-minute mark. A little bit of a struggle in today's matchup. But like we said, RQ Hoshi, when they pick up the Layla, they're banking on the late game. We know we're going to lose a little bit in the early phase, in the mid phase even, but if we can hold off, they can turn this around. But AP Bren, like you said, going straight for the head, cutting the head off the Serpent. What they're looking to do, trying to shut him down. You are going to see big setup, though. Banana taking the half HP. Kyle Teasy going in for the kill. Flapteezy joining him. We'll take him down. Netherrealm to keep AP Bren alive. Flapteezy will find Irad with a heavy left punch. 2 members falling for RQ Hoshi, and the Lord Pit has been controlled by AP Bren. But can we see RQ Hoshi turn this around? No. Looks like they are going to have to disengage. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the damage. And they're also too far behind in the economy.
It can now be proven that AP Bren is the tournament's tempo controller. Oh, Brusco with the play.
Ooh, rushes in on the Skylar. Flapteezy.
Oh,
Get it. The dynamic duo in effect. Brusco very low, makes his way into the tier 2 turret, which may open up the opportunity for Ogwin to try and push in. But you are seeing Octa over there. Both teams fighting out.
Yeah.
Now going over to that purple buff for a slight invasion. Man, overall, such a great game for AP Bren. RQ Hoshi, what do they do to turn this around?
Well, they have to regain the tempo at the very least. Second, if they can't do that, the only other option here is to just survive this mid game. Just make sure that you don't lose your base. Maybe try to win when everyone is locked 23 minutes. But that's very difficult to do.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge. Destruction Rush going out from Skylar, trying to clear those minions. Not even enough damage to do that. Down goes the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. And now you're looking at RRQ Hoshi stripped down to their inhibitors.
Yeah. Gonna be difficult now for RQ Hoshi for sure. And I gotta say, there was this play that AP Bren did again in the mid lane where Super Marco looked to be alone in the mid lane when he's pushing, but already Flapteezy is pushing is already positioned in that bush near the mid lane, so that left side of the turret. That's why even after the initiation coming up from Brusco with the Flicker Tyrant's Revenge, and we know that Octa is there for damage, AP Bren was prepared. This tells us that whatever AP Bren is doing, they're doing a buddy-buddy system, or at the very least, they're making a macro play for it. In that specific case, like look at the bush that Kautis is holding. When somebody shows himself in the mid lane, it's an ambush, right? So nobody from AP Bren is ever alone. They will not make the play that looks like they're isolated. This is the championship caliber team that you're seeing. They have plans every time that they're trying to move.
And this is kind of looking similar to the game with Deus Volt up against RQ Hoshi when RQ Hoshi picked up the lane of Skylar. And the problem was Deus Volt was not able to close the game out, even with this massive boost in the economy and the objectives overall on the map. But AP Bren letting the world know, hey, we are the champions, and we planned to let it stay that way, as they are going to go in with the concealed play. Kyle TZ initiating onto RQ Hoshi. A double stun. Black TZ will find Irad. One member falling. And it looks like RQ Hoshi will be forced back into the base. AP Bren in total control.
Wow. 10-0. And the grip is not loosening at all. You can see RQ Hoshi being desperate for farm. They're trying to do everything that they can just to get the farm. And all things considered, Irad might have gone for the only play possible. Yeah, obviously he died, but then again, Bren knew exactly that will happen. And now Lord Fight, no retribution for RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, Brusco winding up, decides to hit a quick 180. Wasn't able to find the opportunity. Skylar trying to get the steal, unable to connect with the Destruction Rush. AP Bren will claim this Lord, and a body as Super Marco will take down Brusco. I would call that a 2-for-none trade. And right now, we haven't seen RQ Hoshi really take any objectives, no kills. And so far, it's been more of a reactionary side of things for them. AP Bren just controlling the tempo.
You nailed the right term for RQ Hoshi. Yeah, they're reactionary, heavily reactive. They're not making the heads-up play, right? They're not making a play. That's what I'm trying to say here for RQ Hoshi. They're always just reacting to what AP Bren is doing. And that is how you know a team has controlled the tempo, right? So whatever is happening to RQ Hoshi right now is not entirely their fault. It's AP Bren just forcing them to be in that spot. AP Bren are so active, and they're taking control of the tempo so quickly.
Yeah, speaking about taking control, stepping into the base for RQ Hoshi for a possible early finish. AP Bren trying to seize the opportunity, but the Lord is getting bursted down. It has now fallen, and out of the base, AP Bren goes. Now, it is now 15 minutes in, getting to that 15-minute mark. Like we said, the later the game goes, the better it'll be for RQ Hoshi to be able to turn this around. Wind of Nature picked up from Super Marco, definitely getting ready to kind of take that fight and negate the physical damage, as you are seeing them possibly go in to try and take some of these remaining inhibitor turrets.
Yeah. AP Bren, very disciplined in this push. Even when they're leading by so much, I try to dive. And Flapteezy with the halberd, that's going to be deadly. I mean, that is your way of dealing with the Layla, even in the latter portions of the game, even in the late game. Surely the win of nature for Skylar will be key, and I think that he will pick that up later on. But imagine in a refreshed team fight, that Halberd pickup coming out from Flap TZ is gonna destroy Skylar.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard, right, for the side of RQ Hoshi to turn this around. I mean, Brusco, up to a rough start, not really able to find the opportunities for the sets he was looking for. And it's going to be a challenge, especially going up against Ogwin on this Ruby. I mean, even if he tries to hit a Tyrant's Revenge or Tyrant's Rage, for a group setup, I mean, Ogwin just has to provide a little bit of chain CC to kind of stop him in his tracks. And I feel like that's a little bit of the struggle we've been seeing so far for him to be able to get those setups that RQ Hoshi is baiting for.
Yeah, I'm coming up of ways for RQ Hoshi to come back from this game. The number one option, obviously, is just to rely on the late game of Layla, which is honestly not a bad idea if you think about it. I mean, that's their only way. There's really no other way for them to win this game apart from really depend on Skylar and his immense amount of damage in the late game. So how do they get to that point? My magic number is 23 minutes, where everybody's just farmed out. Everybody's just locked item, and it wouldn't matter if you lose one inhibitor or maybe all of your inhibitors. It wouldn't matter as long as you keep your base, and your defense will be there. You have the Lilia anyways to breach you into that late game because you have wave clear. Then again, will AP Bren allow that? Because so far, AP Bren, they have now the luxury to go for banana.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and do the banana splits. Super Marco taking him down. Ice Cream Sunday. We'll be able to find one member, RQ Hoshi. Tried to get that contest on that last minute Lord still. Didn't really work out in his favor, and that's gonna put RQ Hoshi in a disposition in this team fight.
Really questionable play coming up from Banana, going for that. I mean, they have already conceded the Lord. It didn't have to really look into that Lord, knowing that there's a lot of catch from AP Bren. You have Kyle TZ, and you have Ogun with the Flicker and Flap TZ. Then you're a CC with only one legitimate dash. So, really questionable play coming up from Banana out there.
Yeah, and AP Bren holding the banner for the Philippines, trying to find their first game of the day up against Indonesia or RQ Hoshi. But some great defense. They were able to burst down that Lord to hold off AP Bren from closing out this game a second time. Mentioned that 23 mark being the time that we are going to be looking to for RQ Hoshi to have the damage necessary with all the late game items for Skylar to turn this around. Trust in Layla, the $1 million baby in the scenes, could make the difference.
AP Bren are going to be disciplined once more. I want to keep this 12-0 love set as much as possible, and you'll understand why. RQ Hoshi going to have to really commend their defense. Even when it was 4v5, they were able to keep Skylar safe. That's always going to be the case. And like I said, the Lilia is the bridge for them to get into the late game. You can set up your bombs. But now, Kautizi wants to fight. Oh my God.
Octa very low, trying to get away. Use the black shoes. Ogwin on the chase, but a massive damage output. Netherrealm going down. Super Marco will find Brusco. Few takes down Octa. 2 members down from the side of RRQ Hoshi. Make that a third as Super Marco gets another. Is going to go ahead and shut down Irad, leaving Skylar and Banana, the side laners who've been dealing so much damage in Game of Futures 2024 by themselves. AP Bren, Kyle TZ will shut down the $1 million baby. Skylar will fall. Banana trying to get away, but running the wrong direction. Looks like he won't be able to contest. They're just going to let him get out of there. He's not going to be able to recall back. Still will get the kill and a full wipeout against RRQ Hoshi. AP Bren takes game number 1.
That is a clinic from AP Bren. This is how you win as a team. Absolutely perfect rotations in the early stages. Even their calculated takes on those crabs just to allow for Super Marco to have an extra launch pad going up against his matchup. And they played out the draft really well. This Clint, the last pick coming out from AP Bren was perfect because it solved that Layla problem when it comes to the laning stage. Make it really difficult from Skylar to stay up top. And that also called the attention of the Kufra. And we can see through the highlights how that happened again. Look at them go with the Faramis ultimate on Few. Perfect activation. And Irad was already in behind enemy lines. And you can see Brusco just charging up far too late. And that allowed Few to catch up. Few was able to take out Irad, and these indecisions coming out from RQ Hoshi just really bit them in the end.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean,
my God.
AP Bren just having such execution. You see Few taking out Skylar. Brusco having a hard time finding those sets the team was kind of relying on and didn't really have the easiest composition to be able to pull it off, especially having to kind of protect Skylar on the Layla. Some great domination inside of all the neutral objective areas, taking the Lords, taking the Turtles, and also being able to invade and claim majority of the turrets with little to no problem. Like you kind of mentioned in the beginning of things, RQ Hoshi was very reactionary, just letting the AP Bren dominate, and it didn't really build up to a turnaround that they were looking for. And I think they were kind of banking on AP Bren playing a little bit similar to Dave's Volts, not being able to close it out toward that before that 23-minute mark, looking for that power spike. But unfortunately, that plan did not work in their favor. And AP Bren letting the world know, hey, we're the world champions. We're the last team standing for the Philippines. Ain't no way we're letting the Layla take us out.
I can see the last play of the game for AP Bren a little bit from now. And they kind of smelled that Hoshi overstayed outside their base just for, 10 or 15 seconds, and already punishing them for that. Even after some of the defense from Hoshi, even before the fight broke out, I already know that this is going to be a bad decision from Hoshi. And what I'm trying to say here is, at this point, 18 minutes, there's no license for Hoshi to get out of their base. They're basically quarantined inside their base, and they don't have the pass from the government to let them out. That's exactly what they should be thinking during that moment. And it only took one sniff from both Ogwin as well as Kaltizi to know that, okay, they're out of their base. This is our opening. And that's exactly what happened. AP Bren destroying and outplaying Hoshi just because of the fact that they're more experienced as well as they have the better tempo control. They knew exactly how to deal with this composition, and they've punished duly. Our MVP is Super Marco, and I mean, we cannot really contest that. He played so well in this game. Very much on point with his laning as well as his positioning, and the damage dealt as well from this Clint.
And some great setups to get him to that MVP over there from Ogwin on the Ruby to make that possible. I mean, look at Ogwin right there. His stats are on the board, 11 assists. But I got to give credit to Few and Kyle Teasy as well, as they were right behind Ogwin, just showing you how much synergy AP Bren has compared to a lot of other teams. You mentioned RQ Hoshi, newer on the scene, still a really good team. They've been taking the world by surprise, and I know Indonesia's proud on how they've been performing so far. But AP Bren, they're the world champions, right? They definitely have been playing a little bit longer and have earned that title from M5. And they don't plan on going down without a fight. Now, that is only game number one. This is a best of 3. So there is still a chance for RQ Hoshi to be able to turn this around. But I don't see them pulling out the Layla again. I don't really think it worked out. I feel like even if they went in with Brusco on a different roamer to be able to kind of protect her a little bit better, the early game objectives and even toward the mid phase from AP Bren is very hyper-focused. It's fast, and you can't have more of a passive play style against it. They need something that can either match the aggression from the side of AP Bren or beat them to the punch.
Yeah. My God, look at that difference when it comes to the farm. Yeah, it's well, it really isn't like Skylar's fault that happened. It was mainly because of the movements that we saw from AP Bren. I think that I've already said it twice when we were casting, but I'm going to say it again. The micro and macro rotations coming out from AP Bren were perfect. The way that they're setting up each other to be able to get the most out of the time that they're given. For example, when they tried to also go for the push into the bottom lane together with the turtle, even when Red was able to snatch a turtle, their movements were so good that there wasn't any counter from the team. Then, when they tried to go for the push in the middle with Super Marco looking like he was alone, and obviously that's never gonna happen. A gold laner in the mid lane at the early stages of the game, pushing that turret, it's impossible that he's alone, right? And then Brusco kind of felt like, okay, maybe we can do it. Octa is here anyways, but Octa was just, he didn't realize that the only hero that can defend Super Marco in that play, it's not the Ruby, it's actually the Paquito with the flicker, be able to take down that Lilia very quickly to the point where the Lilia will not be able to pop the black shoes. I cannot remember if the black shoes was actually popped afterwards, but the point is, there is a way to defend Super Marco in that spot. So it's more like, okay, do we actually think that Super Marco is alone here? Obviously, he's not alone. Like, that cannot happen against an M5 championship team. That will never happen. And that might be, that is definitely the reason why AP Bren won that game. Every single play that they did, they had a plan in mind.
Yeah, definitely having a plan every step of the way. You could just tell how synergized their compositions were, where they were focusing on these objectives. Every time they found a member by themselves from the side of RQ Hoshi, they didn't waste any time. Instant conceal play, all full man team, full sending for the kill. Every single time. It didn't matter how far ahead they were on the board. They know, hey, we have the numbers. These little small objectives is what will make the difference toward that mid phase. And especially if they have a Layla, we can't let them get to the late game. So these little things matter. And honestly, just some great execution from them inside of that match. Now, looking at the side of RQ Hoshi, right? I mean, this is a different game that we've seen from Skylar and Brusco. When Skylar has to play the Layla, he's required to kind of play really far back in that lane and kind of be very passive. Normally, we see him take the fight a little bit more inside of the goal lane, be more aggressive, and also have some survivability. We know Layla is one of the few marksmen that lacks mobility and survivability in that lane, requires the roamer to kind of babysit and protect her at all times. And Skylar was the first kill of the game, you know, and as a marksman, as a gold laner, that's definitely not something you want, especially before the first turtle spawning in. And on a late game marksman that's supposed to kind of carry you through the way. So I think maybe stepping into game number 2 for Skylar, maybe we see some of the pickups that we've seen him kind of dominate on so far in the Game of Futures 2024. We've seen him on the Claude. We've seen him on the Beatrix. All some viable options can definitely take him to the next level up against AP Bren.
Yeah. You can see now why the Ruby is one of the top choices for the teams. Obviously, when other teams used it, it didn't look as if it's a top tier play. In fact, the win rate of Ruby is very, very low. But when they're played by someone like Ogwen and AP Bren as a team, where there's a set rotation, it looks wonderful. And I'm gonna say this because the choice for RQ Hoshi was for the Kufra. Although we know for sure that Brusco knows how to play that hero, they were put in a spot where they had to choose a roamer for Brusco that's number 1, not meta, and number 2, cannot accomplish anything close to what a Ruby can accomplish, right? So if you remember that first blood, I said that the Kufra should be delegated in the spot where you're a defensive hero now. Because what they did was to initiate with the Tyrant's Revenge, the first kill of the Kufra, charged up, actually hit Super Marco, but because it's the early game, Layla cannot take out Super Marco in a span of few seconds. Because when Brusco jumped, there's no angle for an ultimate anyways. And I don't think that the ultimate was available anyways that time. So what I'm trying to say here is that surely they hit their shots with the Kufra, but does that accomplish anything? Didn't even poke Kufra. That meant that when that was communicated, Ogwen already knew that there's no defense at all. There's no bouncing ball that can stop the Ruby to go for the play and actually snag Skylar, right? So that is where you struggle. Maybe if they kind of change their minds during that clash, right? For the Kufra to just maybe run in front of Super Marco and just hit him, you know, just be a nuisance in that case. And then maybe reserve the bouncing ball as well as the first kill for when the Ruby is actually there to target his own teammate. Maybe things would have been different, right? The first blood might not have been for the Layla. So the summary of what I'm trying to say here is that the delegation of tasks wasn't there for the side of RQ Hoshi. That's why they struggled. And there are so much limitations on the Kufra that now if you compare it to Ruby, the Ruby can accomplish so much more than a Kufra would.
And it's the same thing with the Layla and a Clint as well. Just so much that a Clint can accomplish that the Layla can't. So like you said, they were limiting themselves in terms of these objectives, in terms of the laning phase, and that's what kind of costed them up against AP Bren in game number 1. Now, there's a lot of sustainability on the table, and I got to give credit over there to AP Bren on how well they executed with racking up those assists, right? I mean, you had few rushing in every time we seen, because they had early game damage from the side of RQ Hoshi. they not only had a Lilia, but they went Irad on the Dairoth inside of the jungle, which was a great answer, like you mentioned, over to Kyle Teasy on the Boxia. But again, as soon as he rushed in, he either had Ogwin by his side to kind of CC the Dairoth, cancel out the Abysm Strike, and if he wasn't there, no worries. Few would kind of snip into the scene and get that Nether Realm activated to be able to keep the team alive, even when the Abysm Strike would connect. And that was just some great execution on the 5v5 engagements. And with them being behind in the economy, with Skylar falling so early, not being able to take these turtles, it was a recipe for disaster inside of game number one, especially against considered the best team in the world right now, holding that M Series title. Now, game number two, we got to see how this kind of plays out for them, right? I don't expect them to pull out the Layla again. I expect to see the RQ Hoshi that I've been seeing so far in the group stages for Games of Future, and also inside of the quarterfinals, where they actually go in for more pickups that they don't rely on protecting their marksman as much. They're not really as reactionary, but they can take that fight into the jungle, onto those turtles, even possibly invade where necessary, and that's where they can kind of turn this around. Because if not, then we will be seeing AP Bren push on forward, the last standing team out of the Philippines, taking out one of the two teams currently still in the mix for Indonesia.
Yeah, if I were to guess, I think that maybe the reaction here for our Hoshi is to actually prioritize the hero for Mr. Brusco. Maybe just put it in the first phase, get the Ruby as much as possible, or maybe secure the Minotaur, right? Those kinds of heroes, so that Brusco will have a lot more impact. But oh my God, the Ruby was already, because AP Bren knows that they are first pick, so. You saw from the previous game, Ruby is such a good red side hero wherein you first pick it or first phase pick it. It's quite open. That will be the priority now. The Haka Brusco strat might be the thing for AP Bren for them to low-key win the drafting against RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and they may end up banning for RQ Hoshi the CC. Could definitely be a problem. You don't want AP Bren to be able to pick that up. That is a staple pick over there for RQ Hoshi to be able to deal some damage. You know what else is on the table, though? The Benedetta that we've seen dominate over there into the hands of Banana. It got a backdoor play in the group stage to be able to close out one of these games. The mobility is just very hard to match up with Banana. So either a CC or a Benedetta could definitely be a strong pickup for the side of RQ Hoshi if AP Bren lets this slide through the current draft. Another good pickup would be something like the actually it's banned out. They took out the Navari. I was going to say that's definitely a strong option. But something else that we've seen from last game, the Faramis is still on the table.
The Faramis, that could be a valid first pick for AP Bren. That kind of team will not hesitate picking up the Faramis just because of how few is great with the hero. Another hero that they take away from Brusco as well as Irad is the Guinevere. This will definitely be a trend for AP Bren as they want to take this series 2-0. Just take away all of those heroes that will make it comfortable for both Irad as well as Brusco. Faramis is open, like you said. This could be the first pick. Indeed, it will be. RQ Hoshi. Do they go for Lilia already this time? CC is open. But I think they go Lilia, actually Minotaur. There's something in me that says that maybe the Minotaur is going to be first phase picked here by RQ Hoshi.
100% CC first pick for RQ Hoshi. Yeah. And then I do agree with you for those additional picks as they go back in. Oh, whoa, the Minotaur. Okay, but
still got it.
Diggy's still on the table. So do they go in for more of a frontline jungler for the side of AP Bren and pull out the Diggy to kind of counteract that CC? Or are they not even going to go the Diggy at all, considering there is a Fredrin on the table, which could definitely overwhelm the time journey?
Yeah, AP Bren might not really consider that. Maybe they'll be happy about the Faramis. Of course, it will be considered, but maybe in the latter portions of the game. For their priority should be maybe a burst type, or maybe a Brody, in fact, for AP Bren. Very quickly go for the Brody this time so that they secure that. Decent versus the Fredrin and the Minotaur all together. Then I'm thinking Arlet actually for AP Bren, because that's usually what they pick up against this Fredrin. And there it is, the Brody.
That's why you're the $1 million caster right there. Look at that $1 million prediction over there. Brody does get slotted up. I think it's a great answer, especially against a heavy frontline composition. I mean, teams that like to dive in, going back to the back line onto marksman. Brody's one of the best pickups for that, right? He has the corrosion strike to be able to get that stun, get back, has a flicker to top that off as well to expand the distance and also close the distance if he wants to go in for the kill with the torn apart memories. Now, Flat TZ, not wasting any time for the team. You know, they are going to go ahead and decide who their jungler is going to be. And that is going to be the Boxia. Now, we've been seeing the Boxia picked up today. It's definitely been executing pretty well, rotating around, able to get to the positions necessary to deal the damage. We saw RQ Hoshi in the first game pick up a die rock to respond to it. But now, hey, they can't really pick up the die. I mean, I guess they could. But it would make it a little bit troublesome, especially when there's a Brody on the table who really wants those frontline competitions to be slotted up. So that will be a little bit of an easier time for the Boxia rotating around.
Nathan, going to be the pickup for RQ Hoshi. I would have said Claude, but then again, this totally makes a lot of sense. It's an AoE. There's a lot of AoE that you could get out of for the Nathan. Although it will take a lot of time, it's definitely okay and advisable to go for a late game hero now for RQ Hoshi, because if you look at their two heroes, it allows for those late game types of heroes like the Nathan that really likes to farm a lot. You have the Minotaur as well as the Frederick to protect that Nathan. They might even couple this up with another sustain kind of hero, or maybe somewhere along the lines of a Lilia that can actually sustain herself so that he can output the damage. And now, actually, I think AP Bren might look to ban that hero, that Lilia, and obviously the Nana, the heroes that allow for the Nathan to be able to farm.
That's honestly exactly what I was going to say, right? The Nana or the Lilia is definitely something RQ Hoshi could profit off of, and a great read from AP Bren to be able to counteract that. Now, that will put RQ Hoshi in a little bit of a bind on who they go in for their mage. Now, Valentina looks to still be on the table. They could pick that up. I mean, it'd be great against the Faramis to provide the Nether Realm for the side of RQ Hoshi. I mean, they have a little bit of sustainability from Bruce on the Minotaur, but it would be a really good pickup, especially to give them even more heals on these 5v5 engagements. Up against a hero like Brody, right? He pops that torn apart memories, instantly go in for that Nether Realm to keep the team alive. You've been talking about the Nathan sneaking up into the scene as well today, and now we get to see a showcasing of exactly how well it will perform up against AP Bren. But so far, we got a pretty solid draft on our hands. Yeah,
that's Lilia banned out by AP Bren, as expected. But you're right. I think the Valentina could be a valid pickup here for RQ Hoshi. However, there's that option of the Aurora, which really couples up well with the Minotaur. Maybe the next best choice is the Vexana. These two heroes that can that actually replaced Farsa and Eve, that really puts themselves just way back into the fights and just output the damage. That makes a lot of sense versus the Faramis, so that you can trickle down the extra HP from the ultimate. So that could be a valid option here for RQ Hoshi. Might reserve their XP lane for last, or maybe they picked it up. Oh, there it is, the Vexana. I think maybe RQ Hoshi will close it up with a Lapu Lapu.
A Lapu Lapu. You know what I'd be interested to see? The Benedetta slide through they've been kind of dominating so well on.
That's also true.
Especially with Banana. And we talked about it walking in the early phase of the draft, and I mean, he's performed really well on it. It could be a possible pickup, especially since CC was not able to be slotted. It was currently banned out, and that's one of the few XP laners that we've been kind of seeing him run so far. We did see the Ruby banned out as well, which could have been a great answer, either flex to the XP lane or the roam position. So I would say, Benedetta could be a very good pickup for the side of RQ Hoshi, but in terms of AP Bren, they're looking pretty solid with their draft. They have sustainability. They have great front line from the Boxia, and already some good damage from the Brody. And there goes the Grok that we've seen already previously in the quarterfinals.
I would have said that maybe they snatched the Lapu Lapu, and indeed they did that, because that means that RQ Hoshi will not have the perfect hero to counter the Faramis as well as Brody. So yeah, I think they're left with one option, which is the Benedetta now for RQ Hoshi. Apart from that, the choice will be Yuzhong, which is not the most ideal scenario. But if they want, they can still go for, like, I think they're left with Benedetta, because you have AoE damage, match up against the Lapu Lapu. Well, maybe the craziest hero that they can get is probably Yu Zhong. Although that is like a very underwhelming hero to go up against AP Bren. And there's it. Well, there's the Benedetta. A specialty for RQ Hoshi. A great closeout. I think this is a relatively even draft. But I do like that, like the Nathan pick coming out from RQ Hoshi, because it makes a lot of sense with the heroes that are around it. You have the Vexana to output the damage when the Minotaur goes for the initiation. You have Fredrin to frontline for the team, and with this kind of lineup, they have a way to front to back. At the same time, there's always that option to go for the split with Banana. So it's a really good mix for both teams.
Yeah, and with Skylar run the Nathan, it's definitely going to be a little bit different of a game than what we've seen on the Laylas. We are now stepping into the virtual arena. AP Bren out from the Philippines, looking stronger than ever. Currently at match point up against RRQ Hoshi out from Indonesia. Who will be able to prevail in that amazing draft? Like we said, pretty even on the scoreboard, but time will tell on who will be our victor for game number 2.
It's going to be a really good matchup. And I do hope that we get to a game number 3. Just because of how good the two coaches are drafting. I mean, just for game number 2, that's what I can say. It makes for an interesting draft, and I kind of want to see more. But at the same time, obviously, AP Bren would want to close this out 2-0. The way that they drafted this is to win the lanes, right? So you have the Lapu-Lapu, which is a hero that rarely loses lane. Really good in that regard. Going up against the Benedetta, I think that if you go damage build on Banana, you're going to have a better time against the Lapu-Lapu because of the trading potential that you have. Just have to be careful not to get hit with by skill 1 and skill 2 of this Flapteasy Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah, and Brusco taking some heavy hits nice and early. Going to force him to recall back to the base. RQ Hoshi starting to try and be a little bit more aggressive. May look a little bit more promising to game number 1 on the bot side. Banana very comfortable over here on this Benedetta, forcing Kyle Teasy to the bot side to stop him from taking down Flapteasy on the 1v1 engagement.
Yeah. Gotta be Banana, just, there's always that thing where you say that Banana is a one-trick kind of player, but man, every time you watch his Benedetta and the way that he plays it, you're always amazed. You can see even Flapteasy on the Yu Zhong, the Lapu-Lapu, is struggling against Banana's Benedetta.
Yeah, speaking of struggling, Big Terror find the way. Brusco will be able to find one. Takes on Ogwin. A little different of a start than we've seen in game number 1. This time, we're able to see RQ Hoshi take the first kill as we do kind of pan over for a quick second. They are leading. That was first blood and now up by about 500 gold.
Yeah. Good movements. Taking advantage of the Fredrin Minotaur wall that they can have, moving wall that they have with the Vexana from behind. It's like a war strategy from RQ Hoshi where they're slowly sieging AP Bren with these big boys in front line, and AP Bren couldn't do anything about it. Even in this thorough take, you can see that it's difficult for them, and Octa is just outputting so much damage from behind. He's free to do it.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Irad will be able to claim that turtle. RQ Hoshi, this is what we're talking about. This is the RQ Hoshi we've seen in Group Stage A and in the quarterfinals. Now, leading the way in the early game, AP Bren on the backside of things this time around. Now, I would say Banana definitely opening up a lot of opportunity. Running on the Benedetta, a comfort pick, a staple pick inside of his hands. It definitely makes the difference in the early phase of the game, and it's something that RQ Hoshi is leaning on. Now, for AP Bren, they're still looking pretty promising. We like the Brody pickup, right? It's really good up against the up and close and personal heroes. Even the Benedetta, if she decides to rush in, it could be a possible problem. But so far, RQ Hoshi, with the slight lead, looks like they've been able to find their tempo since game 1.
Oh, yeah. And even Skylar is leading when it comes to the EXP going up against Super Marco, if I'm seeing this correctly. But there was a time where Skylar was level 5 and Super Marco was level 4. Super Marco had to go back to base, and this is looking really well for RQ Hoshi. All of the lanes are going in their favor, and all of the core heroes from RQ Hoshi are getting the farm over their designated matchup. So that's definitely a good sign. 3 minutes, 38 seconds to get the Feather of Heaven. Great timing for Skylar.
Yeah, and Super Marco going to go ahead and pick up that Blade of Heptases for some great initial burst damage. Brusco trying to find an opportunity for the side of RQ Hoshi. Looks like they're going to go in for a possible pick-off. Rushing straight in a few, but he may be able to make his way into that tier 2 turret. Irad thirsty for the kill, but not able to close the distance for the setup.
Irad with just the pokes. I mean, look at him having the freedom to do this because of Brusco's protection.
Yeah, big wild charge, guarding his barrier.
Oh, wow.
Dropping down from Ogwin, trapping Brusco and Octa from escaping. It's a good thing AP Bren did not decide to engage on that, because that was a good setup to kind of zone them away from escaping.
Yeah. Great plays coming up from RQ Hoshi. You can see that without the wild charge, AP Bren might not be thinking about taking the turtle, actually. Maybe they just go for pickups. But in comes the turtle fight.
Yeah, sitting at about 75% HP. Irad on it over here with the Fredrin, being a little bit of a bully, not afraid to take the fight up close and personal. Rushes into Ogwin for the setup. Teasy zoned out from Brusco. RQ Hoshi, total control of the jungle and turtle pit so far, even extending into the purple buff, but Irad may be a little too close if they decide to engage. Big Manoa Fury, triple knockoff onto AP Bren. Brusco with the setup, forcing out the Electrifying Blow and the Nether Realm coming alive from Few, as both teams still fighting it out over this turtle. Neither side able to find the advantage they were looking for.
When Kyle is low, and Irad is half HP, but does have the sustain from the as a Fredrin. And they're trying to buzz from this turtle. Who takes it, though?
Ooh, it looks like Octa will get the steal for RQ Hoshi. Brusco will fall, though. Super Marco finding his first kill of the game. That will go into the hands of AP Bren, but they lose the neutral objective. A 1,000 gold lead for RQ Hoshi.
Irad. Okay.
Gonna rush in. Big wild charge for the knockup. Irad will be able to get out of there, though. Very low on the HP. Electrifying Blow going down from Banana through the Guardian's barrier provided over there from Ogwin, who has had some really good setups with it. I think his placement have been pretty valid so far in the early phase.
Yeah. I got a little bit scary for Irad, almost going down, but fortunately he has the help of Octa with this Vexana. The position is just way too good for this Vexana. Octa is just providing so much defense for his team while also outputting the damage, right? So you cannot really just dive as AP Bren. And if you're thinking about the composition of AP Bren, they're mainly like, I would say melee-based, thinking about it. Like, Roti hasn't, without the ultimate, Roti's range is not that good. And that's why they need to go up close and personal as Flap gets melted down. Few, just a fraction of a second too late with the Faramis ultimate.
Yeah, nice and early pickoff from the side play of the Bush in the mid lane. And now maybe able to seize the opportunity to take this tier 2 turret. Skylar not wasting any time controlling this map for RRQ Hoshi. And so far, they're getting everything that they have came for. AP Bren is now the team that is reacting to RQ Hoshi.
It's really good from RQ Hoshi. This is the tempo that we're looking for. And like we said, like these four people, they will not leave each other. They will let Banana do the split for them. And both Octa as well as Skylars, they're going to be able to output the damage that they needed because of the two bad dudes in the front line. That's Irad and Brusco. And I don't know if you know this already, but Brusco in Tagalog can also mean something like a big dude in the front line, like a brawn kind of dude. Like when you're Brusco, you're like a jacked kind of dude in the front lines.
Yeah, definitely showcasing it and living up to that name. There's a lot of things going on in the mid lane from both sides of the table. Bodies may drop here in a matter of seconds. You are seeing the Terrify go down. Octa able to find Flap Teasy, unable to find his way back to his side of the jungle. One member down for the side of AP Bren. 3 seconds until the Lord spawns in.
Oh, man. They're nullifying the Lapu-Lapu by outputting so much damage. Look at Skylar. Good hit on the second skill, and now Teasy goes into the fray.
Yeah, he's going to rush in. Hit with the Terrified, though. Irad trying to get away. The wall will drop again from Ogwin. We talked about his placements on these Guardian barriers. Definitely not disappointing today. Brusco, very low, torn apart. Memories. Super Marco will find him. Manoa Fury goes down right before he falls. For the setup on the AP Bren, Irad will find the Lord. That is a big play for the side of RQ Hoshi to continue their tempo. Super Marco takes down Banana to respond. 2 members falling for the side of RQ Hoshi, but able to claim this Lord.
All due fairness, RQ Hoshi's Lord Dance is great. They got the Lord after that. But AP Bren, they're juggling. Their isolation moves are looking very neat. And that's the thing for RQ Hoshi. The only reason for them to lose some of their members is that if somebody gets isolated, and it's exactly what happened with Brusco as well as Banana. Nevertheless, they still secured the Lord, which is much more important in this case. Like losing your roamer for the Lord is definitely a positive trade for you. And RQ Hoshi can now take over the map once again.
Yeah, with that Lord marching down on the bot side, they may go in for some additional turrets. I mean, look at the top lane. Skylar, again, will take another tier 2 turret in their favor. Now leading 4 turrets to none against AB Bren, and may claim some more in the mid lane as they are going to siege for that tier 1. It will fall into their hands. 3 major objectives, 2 turrets and a Lord over to their side so far. Even on the kills, though, but down in the economy by 4,000 gold behind AP Bren.
Yeah. Looking really good for the Nathan as well for now. I mean, we haven't been talking about Skylar, but he is actually left in the kitchen for quite a long time now. 7.5k, 1,000 gold ahead of the Brody, and already up with 3 items. And by the way, Crystal and Stardom set with the Feather of Heaven, that's gonna hurt. If you see someone just stay in front of Nathan for 1 or 2 seconds, no matter who that is, that guy's gonna die. And the only saving grace here for AP Bren is that they have the Faramis ultimate. Even Kyle, look at him take so much damage.
Ooh, big Minoan Fury as well for the knockup. The response back, though. Brusco very low. Entropy going out. Trying to get a possible kill. Skylar looking for the opportunity. Electo final blow. Few will take down Banana before he's able to escape. That will be 2 members falling for the side. No, 1 member falling for the side of RRQ Hoshi. They still have the ground control, and they still want to take the fight. Irad will find Super Marco, finds the marksman for AP Bren, and going in for this tier 2 turret. You're looking at Flapteezy not trying to give it up without a fight. It will fall, though. Octa able to claim it for RRQ Hoshi.
Oh, did you see that juggle coming up from AP Bren? Flapteezy activated the Bravest Fighter, hit onto 2 of their members, and looked like it's as if he will commit to the fight. But instead, he went back, and that actually attracted Banana to go in and get isolated again. He was taken out. However, RQ Hoshi, with the farm that they have and the fact that they're grouping up, at least for the rest of their other members, they still were able to take out Super Marco, which is big, and they took an objective to go with it. So this is RQ Hoshi not only controlling the tempo, but now having great plans whenever they're trying to go for plays. It's not anymore a mindless play that they're doing or a very reactionary kind of play that they're doing. This is actually a planned assault coming out from RQ Hoshi.
And now, passing that 11-minute mark, you're looking at RQ Hoshi having full control of this game so far. Hasn't lost a single turret in this game. And now, looking to take the next objective on the board. The contesto from AP Bren. A little bit of a knockup. Flapteezy very low. Entropy going down. Skylar able to get it, but a wild charge from Ogwood into the backside. We'll get the knockup, but no bodies will fall. Minoan Fury from Brusco. Triple set onto AP Bren. Still fighting it out. Octa will find another. Down goes Kyle Teasy. Super Marco, though, in the fight. Skylar taking down Few. Super Marco and Ogwin by themselves. Few will get back in time. Get the most out of the passive from this Faramis. Now you're looking at RQ Hoshi trying to seize the opportunity to crack open the base from AP Bren.
For more, Skylar just destroys them. Irad gets the last hit, but you can see them. Skylar, though.
Yeah, very low. Can't get around that wall. Gets a kill, though. Irad will find Super Marco. 4 members falling. Looks like they're going in for the finish. RQ Hoshi looking to turn this game around. Can they do it? The terrified, the knockup. Kyle Teasy sustaining himself through all this damage, trying to buy some time. Few will find Skylar. Gets a double. Takes out Banana. Minions are in play, but he will fall a full wipeout on AP Bren. RQ Hoshi trying to close it out. Ogwin just needs a few minutes to go through, not able to close the distance. And RRQ Hoshi flipping the script and turning this around, evens out the series against AP Bren.
And just like we said before Game 1 started, the priority for RQ Hoshi is to win their lane matchups, particularly in the side lanes. we saw that in this particular game with that Nathan going up against the Brody, you understand why it won. It's because of the range once again. And then eventually there was a gap between the gold laners where Skylar had a much better shot in the early stages of the game by getting much more farm compared to the Brody. Now we can see that in the bottom lane, that's also true with Flap TZ versus Banana. Banana just froze the lane down the bottom just to become in front of Flap TZ and then take advantage of the damage buildup onto Benedetta. Had it not been for AP Bren's massive juggles, this game would have easily been in RQ Hoshi's favor. But at the same time, RQ Hoshi really woke up. And now Brusco actually is in a much more comfortable spot. You can see him go for those initiations wherein he will pop the first two ticks of the ultimate in place and then go for the flicker for nice timing on the AP Bren. He times the flicker in the right moment so that he'll be able to catch AP Bren at the edges of the circle of the Minoan Fury. And what you only need to have like the follow-up coming up from the Vexana to eventually take over the game. And that's really what Brusco has been able to bring to the table when he's given this kind of comfortable heroes. Surely the Kufra is a hero that was mastered already by Brusco, but it doesn't work in the meta. Now, we can see like Tigreal, heroes like Graf, as well as this Minotaur. This will be the priority for RQ Hoshi. So I will not be surprised if there's an emphasis on the Haka Brusco strat again for AP Bren next game.
Yeah, and I mean, the signature Banana split, right? Banana really
That's
good rotating around the map on the
true.
Benedetta, and they let it walk. We talked about it earlier in the draft. We said, hey, majority of the time we're seeing the side of RQ Hoshi win. Banana has this Benedetta. I'm convinced that the B in Benedetta stands for banana, the way he's performing so far today. But yeah, he's creating those opportunities every single time to be able to get the neutral objectives and also free up Skylar to have a good time in his gold lane. And it allows RQ Hoshi to kind of thrive in the early phase. And once they start, they don't stop, right? We've seen them pretty much continue to check off those blocks on their list for these objectives, which led to that 13-minute finish, a very early game. And now we're sitting at an even series, and there goes our MVP.
40% damage taken. He really put his role into heart, right? So we said that this composition, but they went in for the Frederick plus the Minotaur. The idea here is that you have backliners to support you, which in this case it is some Vexana as well as the Nathan. But I want to go back to the first few minutes of the game where you can really see what the strength of the Minotaur plus the Fredrin can bring to the table, or what their strength really is, which is really just run down slow siege your opponents and allow Vexana to just freely hit from the backlines. If you're looking at AP Bren, the only backline access that they have is Flap TZ. Surely you can argue that with Kyle, Ogwen, and View, but they're generally heroes that want to go to damage the frontliners, so it's more of a front-to-back composition for AP Bren. Despite the dive and the gap closers that they have, this is generally a lineup where you want to go front to back, and RQ Hoshi took advantage of that. They have a much better front to back composition compared to AP Bren, and you can see them abuse that factor, especially in the early stages of the game where they just literally stopped Ogwen as well as View from rotating to their own teammates, which now made it so that the side lanes, the natural advantage that you have for the side laners of RQ to flourish. That's exactly what happened in the early stages. And the good thing about RQ Hoshi in this game is that they didn't let go of the pressure, right? So every time that they try to team fight around the neutral objectives, they take that, they don't let go of that. Even when they lose some of their members, that's all right. Then they allow the Banana to go for the macro plays. Or overall, RQ Hoshi, well thought draft.
Yeah, definitely a well thought draft and some excellent execution on top of that. Made for a game winner to even out this series up against AP Bren. And now, with them being 1-1, me and you kind of expected, right? Game 2 to be a little bit closer. That's the RQ Hoshi that we've been seeing so far in Game of Futures 2024 that everybody has been talking about. I'm sure out in Indonesia, the crowd is going wild. The Philippines, same thing as well. AP Bren, their final stand inside of Game of Futures 2024, the world champions from M5. Both of them fighting it out. The Philippines up against Indonesia. This is one of the best matches I like to kind of catch and cast. You learn so much from seeing both of these teams fight together against each other. But there can only be one person claiming victory, and they are currently both sitting with one win, which means the next team to win will knock out the other side.
And I'm sure that all of the Filipino fans out there have have been shaken. Because if you think about it, even when Bren is looking real good in the group stages and the first part of the playoffs yesterday, they are still literally one loss away from losing all of the Filipino teams' claim to the throne, right? So they're the last team standing for the Philippines, and they're literally one loss away from not having the chance to defend their world championship, right? So that's gonna be nerve-wracking for sure. And this really makes up for a very interesting format where it's a best of three in a single elimination. The games are literally every single game matters so much, and it's just it's just very scary to think about that way. Like after winning so much, AP Bren literally just one loss away from getting out of the tournament.
Yeah, just one loss away. And, you know, first off, that's the first loss that AP Bren has taken in Game of Futures 2024. They've been undefeated so far. And that just shows you how strong of a region Indonesia is as well, to be able to take one away from them and put them in a position where they have to win this one or they're done. Second thing I want to mention is, can we give some credit to Wolf on the freaking analyst points on the draft? The man was hitting everyone left and right. Man, I'm telling you, this man is from the future. It's a pleasure casting with you. I mentioned watching international teams such as Indonesia and the Philippines, but also being able to, you know, cast alongside you, somebody who's been here since the beginning of the MLBB scene. I'm definitely got my notebook out, taking notes every step of the way as we're going through these drafts, and it's not been disappointing so far. I love seeing a series that goes to a best of three all the way to a game three, and that's what we have today now. With both of these teams, everything on the line, I think AP Bren, they'll have a better chance if they find a way to make Banana uncomfortable. Maybe stop the Benedetta from coming out, because usually when the Benedetta's there, that's where they profit the most.
Yeah, and I think that they will now have a little bit more priority towards their side lanes when it comes to drafting. So maybe this time they will let RQ Hoshi pick up the side lanes first before they reveal theirs, because that's literally what happened in game number one. You can see that the first pick there was the first pick there was, if I'm not mistaken, Layla. So they answered the Layla with the Clint. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is that the EXP and the gold lane choices for RQ Hoshi were picked first, and then Bren Esports countered those picks in the laning stage, right? So it was Clint versus Layla, and it was CC counter or answered by Lapu. What did Flap TC play in game number one? You see, this is my memory.
Ooh. I gotta go back.
But that's not the point, right? At least to win the side lanes. Now, in game number two, it was clear that RQ Hoshi now gave the tempo to AP Bren when it comes to drafting all of the side laners, and then they countered afterwards. So it was...
he had Paquito, by the way, just to let you know.
There it is. Right, so at least you don't necessarily win the matchup of CC versus Paquito, but if you play it correctly, it's a skills matchup anyway, so it's even. But when it comes to game number two, Nathan, after getting level 2, will definitely win against the Brody in the poke battle. So you saw that in the 1v1, Skylar going up against Super Marco. Super Marco lost game number 2 just because of the fact that the first pick was the Brody, or the earlier pick was the Brody, and it was countered by the lane matchup Nathan. And then on the other side, it was definitely that Benedetta, the specialty pick, obviously coming from RQ Hoshi. Banana adjusted. He didn't go for the sustain build on the Benedetta. He went for damage build, right? So I knew that even when we don't know the emblems, because that Benedetta looked very soft, but it hits hard, right? So it's more of a glass cannon build up. So really, I would say that the key factor here for RRQ Hoshi to win against AP Bren is if they win the side lane matchup in the draft. So I think that should be a point of consideration for AP Bren. Maybe AP Bren might consider getting the second pick or the red side so that they can win that matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be a battle on who can kind of sustain themselves in that lane, create the opportunity in the spacing inside of the XP lane, and also outlive the other marksmen on the gold side of things. And both these teams, they like to be aggressive in the early phase. It's like a battle of power on who can kind of find slightest advantage. Game one, We were able to see AP Bren pretty much dominate. We both agreed kind of picking that Kufra, slotted up with the Layla. Didn't really work in RQ Hoshi's favor. Not really the typical Skylar that we're used to seeing. That's more aggressive and able to kind of sustain himself without requiring a little bit of help from Brusco in that gold lane, but able to kind of do it mostly by himself. And then again, with Banana not really having his staple pick, definitely didn't create the opportunity they were looking for on both sides of the table. But game two, you can see a major difference when those two things are checked off board. And you were mentioning things that RQ Hoshi could do to take down AP Bren. I would say, even for AP Bren taking down RQ Hoshi, those are two things that they should definitely be looking at focusing on if they want to make sure they have this game in the bag. There's only one chance. There's only one more game. And one of these teams will be going home. The other one will move on into the grand finals for a chance at majority of that $1 million prize.
I will not be surprised if both AP Bren as well as RQ Hoshi will just result back to their comfort pickups, like the Benedetta that we're talking about. So it made a lot of sense in the end. It's just a good pick, but at the same time, it still is a specialty pick coming out from RQ Hoshi. So they might want to go back for that. I just hope that it's not the Layla, right? So it worked in the group stages, but against a team like AP Bren, not gonna work, especially if they're first pick. Now, if you're looking at the opposite end, which is this time AP Bren, they really want to go back to what worked in M5 World Championship? So what are those heroes? You have the Fairness on Few, you have Kyle TZ with the Baksha, as well as that Moody from Super Marco. Really strong trio, right? When it comes to the pick, it's their power pick for sure. But does it actually work in the metagame that we have right now? So that is probably one of the considerations for AP Bren. Surely they know how that works, that dynamic works, but they're going up against a team that is led by their former technical coach, right? So they have an idea how to actually control that Brody composition. So maybe that's just one of the things that AP Bren might consider. Oh, AP Bren still chose to go for blue side. They first banned the Ruby in number 1, and that might be the case, but no, they banned out Thermis instead. It is going to be a totally different approach now for AP Bren.
Yeah, they're going to ban out the Fairness. A little bit of a surprise right there, seeing that not walk. Normally with AP Bren, though, the way I've been noticing a kind of pattern in their banning, especially when they're second pick, but first pick, the Fairness is a little newer to me. Usually their second pick, they'll either go... they may still do it. They may ban out the R-Lot, maybe the Ruby as this progresses. With them having first pick, trying to get some of those prior targets that they like to focus in on. Especially, if RQ Hoshi doesn't ban the CC, that's a great pickup for AP Bren, especially to keep up with the mobility. If they decide not to ban the Benedetta, I think that'd be strong. Yeah. There goes the Joy, though, taken off the table, and then a staple ban that we've been seeing time and time again for majority of the teams in Game of Futures 2024. I think it's just across the board. Nobody wants that to walk. Out goes the Mathilda.
Yeah. Mathilda maybe answered by a Nolan. Especially when the Joy is banned out, you don't want to have the Nolan in there. Novaria obviously is a problem in that regard. With this banning pattern from AP Bren, maybe they go Guinevere as their third ban, but they go Minotaur, obviously. We already talked about that. So there are two targets here for AP Bren. Either they want to go Ruby or Guinevere as their first pick, right? So those are the potential heroes for AP Bren. And whatever is left in the two heroes that we've mentioned, that will go in the favor of RQ Hoshi. Because I don't think that RQ Hoshi will let the Nolan out unless they have a set plan for it. But I don't think it will be the choice here for RQ Hoshi.
I agree with you, actually, on that. I think the Ruby would be a strong pickup. There's not really too many heroes that can give it a hard time. And we've seen when the Ruby was slotted up against the Kufra, how much of a presence it had for AP Bren to be able to dominate, get those Imafinities they were looking for, and also be able to sustain. But not to mention, it's also a great flex pick, right? You can also put it in the XP lane or when all else fails, if you need to kind of adjust your composition throughout the draft. And there goes the Nolan that you kind of mentioned being a wise pickup and a wise ban for the side of RQ Hoshi. And there it goes. The Guinevere will be slotted up.
Yep. As expected, it's the Gwyn first pick for AP Bren. They're very much happy to give the Ruby to RQ Hoshi. And if you're RQ Hoshi, you really cannot pass up on that pickup. So going back, they might go for the Fredrin again. But they go instantly for the Nolan. And there are little to no answers to this Nolan in the laning stage. Maybe AP Bren just brings up a Clint, actually, just so that they can outrange this Nolan. But this is such a strong pick. Now, how do you answer the Nolan? You have to go for the dive, right? For AP Bren. So you need a hero that goes with the Guinevere when it comes to diving. Like maybe a Yuzhong, a Paquito again for AP Bren. And
Arlott?
Maybe an Arlott, right? I wonder if you wants to go for assassin type of mages, perhaps someone that can dive as well. And there's the Arlott that you talked about. Maybe they go for a few hero now. Maybe okay, they go Nana. Wow. Okay. Yeah, makes a lot of sense versus the Ruby in a way.
I like it. I mean, the synergy, that's a synergized combo, right? You have the Guinevere and the Arlott, the Demon Gaze being able to proc off the CC your team provides.
Yeah.
Having that Violent Requiem from the Guinevere and the Spatial Migration is going to provide that. And we still haven't even got to see what hero is going to be slotted up in the roam position for AP Bren, which is going to also benefit the Arlott to top that off. Not to mention, it procs off the Melina's Blitz from the Nana as well.
Right.
So
that's right.
I think that's going to be a very scary game into the hands of Flat Teasy if he decides to run this Arlott in the XP lane. Now, for RQ Hoshi, they're going very strong in the frontline presence, right? We are going to see them pick up this Fredrin. Good to be a bully on the neutral objectives, but may have a little bit of a struggle if the CC is overpressures him. The Ruby may be able to make up for it, though. With how much CC Ruby has in her kit, it definitely works well up against a frontline and dive composition that we are seeing so far from the side of AP Bren.
Yeah. Argoshi might go and ban out the Clint. I think those are the Clint and Harith are the two heroes that I'm thinking about that could be good for AP Bren. Going up against this Nolan. Harith, you combo that up with a Kaja and then, or any kind of initiation hero for Ogwen so that you have instant burst. Maybe that's the way for you to take out this Nolan. And usually Nolan players go for Purify. So maybe a Suppress is the best option here for AP Bren. And as expected, it's the Clint ban for RQ Hoshi. Whereas AP Bren now going to be looking for your mages to ban. Oh, but of course, you don't want to give the Benedetta anymore after that game for RQ Hoshi. You don't give it.
Yeah, you know what else is on the table too? Well, actually, I don't think it'll be picked up, but no, maybe. CC, did C walk? CC did walk.
Not yet. Oh, okay.
It did. So it may need to be banned out. It could be a pickup from RQ Hoshi. They could flex the Ruby into the roam position, put CC in the XP, put Fredrin on the jungle. And I think that'd be a pretty solid composition, especially with them having first pick on the second phase of this draft. Would be definitely an asset to their composition that they're drafting so far. For AP Bren, though, they're looking pretty solid. They just need to kind of solidify this with maybe some more Group C. Honestly, they might not even need to go Group CC. They could go for some sustainability. I mean, they already have the Guinevere and the Arlott and the Nana to top that off. Overall, this is similar to game number 2, where both sides have a very solid draft.
I'm only thinking 2 heroes now for AP Bren that could left. Kaja, as well as Kaja, as well as maybe the Tigreal. But I think you're more leaning towards the Kaja because you don't want to have an actual tank in the front lines because that will be taken out anyways. I suspect the mage will be the ban here for AP Bren. RQ just can go back to Aurora. So similar idea for the Vexana. You can output the damage from long distance. Have the Ruby as well as this Fredrin front for you. So you're going to be in a much better spot. So apart from the Kaja, something tells me that AP Bren might go back to maybe this is crazy, but maybe a Leslie actually. Because you really need to outrange this Nathan. But of course, CC controlled by Arkeoshi, great pickup. So if either Kaja Beatrix for AP Bren or Kaja Leslie for AP Bren. Obviously that's a wild idea, but the point is you need to outrange this Nathan in lane so that you can win that matchup.
Another one that might slide through is the Brody. I mean, I don't see the Brody being banned out. It could definitely be a strong pickup. It's been a staple pickup so far in Game of Futures 2024. Able to be very mobile, able to sustain himself, especially against that entropy that the Nathan will drop in with the CC, who we know is going to harass on these objectives, right? It's a lot of mobility, and not just for any player. That's going to be banana picking up this CC. If you've seen what he did with the Benedetta in the last game, he was all over the place, creating the opportunity in the XP lane for the difference on the neutral objectives, either being able to help clear the mid lane, providing an extra member to be able to fight in these neutral objectives, and also delaying the other XP laner from keeping up with him. But they're going to go for something like you kind of mentioned, the Beatrix. I think it's a wise decision. We don't get to see the Beatrix too often in Game of Futures 2024, so I'm excited about that. But the last pick was there for AP Bren, and it will be the Export.
You really need poke here from Marky Hoshi. Obviously, the Aurora is there. Maybe they go back to a Farsa, actually, just for them to control this Export. But obviously, the Lilia is a much better or a more... I guess easier hero compared to a Farsa, but you understand the point, right? You need poke, and that is the reason. That is the way you handle the X-Borg is via poke, and Lilia just checks all those, takes all those check boxes. Overall, a great draft again from both teams. Did you notice that this probably is one of the most intense drafts that we've seen in this particular tournament, where every single second we keep on guessing and there are the setups. They dig their bag of tricks, picking up the Beatrix. As I've mentioned, there were only two options for them, either the Beatrix or the Leslie. You don't want to go Leslie because it's not the most reliable hero in the game. Beatrix, though, it has a way at least to win against the Nathan. It doesn't necessarily 100% win against the Nathan, but if you play it correctly, you can. Now it's up to execution for both teams.
And into the land of Dawn we go. AP Bren, all the way out from the Philippines, the world champions from 5, looking to make a stand up against RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia. This is a best of 3 all the way to a game number 3. One of these teams will be going home today. One will be moving forward into the grand finals. Who will it be?
It's got to be up to who executes better. And we haven't really talked about the swing coming from AP Bren. We were talking about the Kaja that could be the pick of potential for AP Bren from the roamer role. But you kind of have a pseudo Kaja with a much faster cooldown on the ultimate. That's the Arlet. You only have to wait, 20 to 25 seconds maximum level to have that final slash. And that will give AP Bren that leeway. Because the thing with the final slash is it's not a spell that you actually want to use your Purify on, because the animation is too quick that even if you pop the Purify, you're already displaced by your opponent. So in a way, AP Bren have thought of a much better version for a Kaja, which, well, that's the reason why they're the world champions, because they think better than we do. And then they swing this X-Borg as the EXP lane. And many teams will argue that X-Borg is strong in the meta game right now just because of the presence of the CC. It actually wins that matchup.
Yeah, we talked about having a possible plan for the banana split, right? Stopping banana from being able to rotate around. And I think that's a good read from the side of AP Bren to be able to do that. Now, execution is another story. I mean, we know Banana is one of those players that knows how to find the opportunity that the team is looking for. So that is one of the things we're going to have to kind of pay close attention to for the side of AP Bren as the first turtle does spawn in. Some engagement in the mid lane, though. Big knock-up over there from Irad. Appraises Wrath finds Ogwin, procs the passive over there from Nana. Few forced to go back. And now the last Sanity going out. Flat TZ for a final stand, trying to delay them from taking this. Violet Requiem goes down. Flat TZ finds Iraq. Kyle TZ claims the turtle for AP Bren.
Lap is in trouble, but already damage has been done. He's actually surviving as the Firaga. It is safe for now. Oh, everybody's just so good at playing right now. Even the Hoshi, after losing that, they look really good in that team fight. And they really challenge AP Bren to their limits. But in the end, it's only one hero that will be able to snag that last hit on the turtle. It's definitely going to be the AP Bren side.
And hey, we're climbing up that ladder. The pressure's only getting higher, and the room is only getting hotter. But who will be able to maintain that heat? Will it be Indonesia? Will it be the Philippines? This is the last team from the Philippines currently seeing Blacklist taken down by Fire Flux the other day inside of the quarterfinals. And AP Bren still trying to hold that banner high. RQ Hoshi, though, back on the scene, back to the name change, some new additions, and looking stronger than ever. Both teams currently tied 1-1 on the scoreboard, but AP Bren with that turtle play has a little bit of a slight advantage and a 1,000 gold lead.
Super Marco double laning. This is one of the strengths of the Beatrix, just like the Claude, because of the kits. You have unlimited, well, you have 4 weapons to switch from, and you have your teammates to really aid that. Even delaying that top lane for Super Marco to have a much better farm compared to Skylar. Technically speaking, there's also a merit for Skylar to go double lane because he has the ultimate, so he can traverse from top to mid lane very quickly. But RQ Hoshi are thinking we also need farm on Octa, so we're not gonna sack our mid lane just for our gold lane to have a little bit of extra gold.
Yeah, and speaking of having the advantage, the first kill for the side of AP Bren did go to Flap TZ on this X-Borg in the XP lane. You mentioned it being a great answer over there to Banana, and he's off to a really good start. Irad, though, able to get a kill of his own inside of the jungle, putting him slightly possibly ahead up against Kyle TZ. But you are seeing the engagement in the mid-river. Fire missiles going out, pulling Octa back, and Ogwin with the dive in will shut him down. And now Irad trying to join the party. Ogwin trying to get away, trying to expand that distance. Last Insanity to the back line, almost connecting. Flap TZ an inch away, but still getting the kills. Finds Brusco. Ogwin will fall to Banana, but Flap TZ takes down Skylar for the double kill.
Oh my god, Flap. What an amazing way to control this X-Borg. Last Insanity and second skill, the fire stakes still on point. You can see it through the replay while another clash is happening. Look at that. He used the second skill while utilizing the ultimate. And well, everybody does that anyways. But the way that he timed it was so good that he caught 2 members of RQ Hoshi with this additional slows. And unbelievable performance coming out from Flap TZ. In pure rage, X-Borg is the way to go.
Definitely the way to go and in control. You're going to see Skylar top side, finding Super Marco. That will be the marksman falling for the side of AP Bren. A little bit of a trade back for RRQ Hoshi, trying to even out this scoreboard, not trying to give AP Bren control of the early phase. We know this is pivotal to both sides if they want to be able to win this, is the early game. So far, both teams putting out a great fight. Contest on to the top side, though. Violent Requiem, Special Migration from Kyle TZ catches Brusco. Few will do the last hit and take him down. Down will fall the turret in the top side as well. And it looks like RQ Hoshi will disengage.
Yeah, they got a turtle, so that's good. But however, they will lose one of their members. And Flap TZ just casually pops the ultimate. Well, local done ultimate anyways at this point. You're not that scared. And they will try to push up top.
Yeah, gonna push up top. God. Final slash on the Skylar. Kyle TZ able to close the distance, deal the last hit to take him down. That's a response back from earlier with Super Marco falling. And now they're going to try and proxy this lane. They want to be able to open up this map in their favor, especially losing their tier 1 turret so far. And it looks like they may be able to do that. Brusco not in a position to contest. Hit with the Spatial Migration. Violent Requiem. And Super Marco will go ahead and take him down. And the turret will fall as well in hands for AP Bren.
So we can see the full showcase of how Arlet counters these Purify-based heroes because of the low cooldown ultimate Final Slash. And like I said, even when you pop the Purify on Final Slash, it wouldn't matter because the animation is too quick that you're already displaced. That's exactly what happened to Skylar. Then after the Purify threshold or duration is, because that's a very short duration, like what, 0.5 seconds, 0.2 seconds, that means that the stun now coming out from Ogwin as the Arlot is going to be even more difficult to deal with. They want to go for Flap, but can they take the X-Borg this time? No.
Ooh, I mean, Flap definitely going for that MVP. He's looking for it. He's gunning for it. 4-0-0 so far. Half of the kills from the side of AP Bren were dealt by him. Super Marco will be able to claim a turret on the bottom side, and AP Bren able to turn this game into their favor. Now leading by 5,000 gold.
Yeah. Looking really scary and looking really dicey now for RQ Hoshi. But we always have to talk about the late game because this is still Nathan. Nathan is Nathan. End of the day, if he survives the initial flurry from AP Bren, he's going to be able to turn it around with Purify as well as the ultimate for a little bit of cleanse. And the damage output from the Nathan late game is actually pretty good. However, AP Bren, what they did to counter the Purify and the Cleanse is to just overload with a lot of crowd control. Like a lot of crowd control sources. Crowd control sources kind of answers Purify-based heroes because you have low cooldown, reliable knockdowns or stuns or knockups or anything, that committing a Purify for one spell, you'll always have to think about that. Should I commit for the Purify just to get up, or should I wait for the big ticket ultimates?
Ooh.
Oh.
And speaking of big things, final slash in the mid lane. Few will find Brusco.
Flap.
Good assist over there from Ogwin. Super Marco will claim it for Flap. Teasy will go ahead and take down Octa. On fire so far, and Skylar off of the map on the bot side. We'll go ahead and claim a turret for the side of RQ Hoshi to try and catch up in this economy.
Oh my God, what is Flap on? He's just activated in this game. Really good calculations on this hero. He knows the limits of this hero. Now he has immortality. Remember, in those aggressive moves that he did 9 minutes before, he didn't have the immortality there, and he was already a problem. What more could you ask for from Flap TZ? He's going to be destroying RQ Hoshi. He's going to be zoning them out. And the positioning was just so perfect. The way that he maneuvers with the footwork on this X-Borg allows him to dodge some of the spells, but also like reach through the backlines, like maximum from his fire missiles. It's really on point with this X-Borg now.
Yeah, and AP Bren is definitely leaning on his rotations, opportunities creating. Speaking of opportunity, though, triple taunt in the mid lane for AP Bren. Irad will find Super Marco. That'll be one member falling for AP Bren. Flap Tees will find Skylar to respond. A 1-for-1 trade. Both marksmen's off the table. Can they get another, though? Who will lead this advantage in this engagement? Banana will find Ogwin. 2 members down for the side of AP Bren. And it looks like they will have to disengage into the mid lane. RQ Hoshi, though, they don't have their marksman. They do have the retribution. But I don't know if they can really contest this Lord just yet. They may want to kind of wait it out a little bit before taking this fight. But they are off to a really good start. And this is still, I would say, considered a stalemate between both sides.
Yeah.
It's still anybody's game, but some great execution from both teams.
And great execution from Brusco this time with the conceal flicker play. Really surprising AP Bren really off guard. And don't run Wolf King with the ultimate, connecting onto 3 members or 2 members of AP Bren, quickly followed by Irad with a taunt. So that's really great combos coming out from RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and if you weren't a fan of Indonesia or the Philippines, you definitely should be now. As look at both of these teams fighting their hearts out, trying to claim a spot inside of the grand finals. AP Bren currently holding that title as the world champions, the best in the world, winning M5. RRQ Hoshi rising to the occasion with some new additions to the team, ready to take the fight and earn that title. Down to the wire, best of 3, game number 3. One team will be sent home today as we are now crossing that 11-minute mark, and both teams getting ready to fight it out at this Lord.
Yeah, great minion wave control from RQ Hoshi. There's a slow push in the bottom lane, and then they cleared out up top. So they actually have the advantage now in this Lord dance.
Yeah, and there goes the advantage they're looking for. Ogwin rushes in. We'll be able to get out with the mobility provided over there from this R-Lot. Baptiste, though, getting to the front line and being a little bit of a nuisance. Dealing a lot of damage on the chase on a Brusco. Commits to it. We'll shut him down with the last insanity. Now needs to get back. He does not have the Praga armor. Look at the Lord, though. 25% HP. Kaltizi uses spatial migration to close the distance. Gets the retribution. Super Marco takes down Irad. And the Lord goes to AP Bren.
Oh, man. Never, ever sleep on an X-Borg. Like, Brusco overstayed in front of the X-Borg. And at this point, with Flap being 7-0-2, of course he's going to deal the damage. And they really got cooked by this X-Borg. Brute Force Breastplate as well as Borax, and then Radiant Armor. Now he has got staying power up against Skylar as well as Octa. This Flap TZ X-Borg is immortal, I gotta say, at this point. 12 minutes in, 9.2k. If you compare that to the CC, 6.7k. That's how massive the advantage here is for Flap. And he was definitely the reason why AP Bren recovered in that Lord Dance. Because Brusco literally got cooked by his fellow Filipino Flap TZ.
And a big boost from that for the side of AP Bren. Now able to claim the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Looks like they're going in for a little bit more, though, on the top side. Now leading by a lot of turrets, and also ahead, like you mentioned, by gold. Now, RQ Hoshi forced to be a little bit more defensive now. Can definitely say AP Bren is in control of the tempo of this game, but the later this goes, the more of a stalemate it will be, and that's what RQ Hoshi is going to kind of bank on, right? They're waiting for AP Bren to make a slight mistake, maybe somebody to overextend, to be able to turn this around, and they're definitely a team that can rise up to the occasion. Now, so far with this lead in favor for AP Bren, they're going to have to kind of be patient, wait it out for this next objective. I mean, they do have some great mobility on their side and Flap Teasy to be a little bit of that frontline presence they're looking for. And RQ Hoshi having a really hard time finding an answer to him. I mean, the man has not died yet. He's 7-0-2. Even when the full team commits on him, not only does he sustain himself, but he finds a way to get a kill alongside it.
Yeah, somebody has to burst down Flap TC actually. Like if he wants to go for those plays where he actually utilized first kill in front of RQ Hoshi, there has to be some sort of punish. Maybe Skylar commits actually at the ultimate just to take out of Flap TZ and just put AP Bird in an awkward spot. But then again, Skylar is kind of scared that there could be an initiation coming up from Ogwin as well as Kyle. So that's also a problem that he has to take care of. But the main problem now, definitely for RQ Hoshi, is Flap. It's a canon event again for AP Bren.
Yeah, and you're looking at them getting ready, starting to go ahead and take control of these lanes, prepping for this next Lord to spawn in. And RQ Hoshi, looks like they may actually try and go in for the contest. I mean, they are down in terms of economy, but the later this game goes, everybody's going to be getting closer and closer to that late build. You're seeing the Divine Glaive picked up from Skylar. Speaking about late game items, we'll have that magic pin. Now, at the 15-minute mark, Luminous Lord spawns in, and AP Bren will pull the aggro. Do we see RQ Hoshi respond? It looks like they will. They are going to go in for the contest.
There it is. The commitment of Flap. They forced the ultimate already.
Yeah, he is very low. Needs to get out of there. We talked about somebody needing to burst him down when a Truncheon picked up by Super Marco, getting ready to take this fight into the Lord pit. Nobody has fallen yet. Lord at about 50% HP. Kyle Teasy going to go ahead and pull it away. A little bit of a reset for some regen on the Lord, trying to delay and do this Lord dance. Some smart move from the side of AP Bren. They know they want to bait out some of the utility from the side of RQ Hoshi. Wait for an ultimate to proc that they can profit on to be able to engage.
Well, watch out for AP Bren's rotation with Super Marco as well as Ogwin. A 1-5 position. They're your position 1 and your position 5 going for the conceal play. Might go for that snipe. You gotta be careful if you're Skylar.
Yeah, definitely got to be careful. AP Bren still in position to take this. Very patient, and I got to give credit to both sides on how they are waiting for the other side to make a mistake, but these are very high IQ plays. They're just waiting. This is the Lord dance we've been talking about that has been in the Land of Dawn for ages, especially on this level of competition. The Philippines and Indonesia, two of the most competitive regions in MLBB history, now fighting it out, raising those banners high. Flap Teasy, though, is going to use that Braga armor, rushing in. Does take some serious hits. Entropy may come out. You're going to see Few find a kill, though. Shutdown Irad, that is huge. Is now RRQ Hoshi does not have the retribution.
And what we talked about, the position 1 and position 5 for AP Bren, the 1-5 punch from the long bush of AP Bren, it paid off. They waited for 2 minutes. But because of their patience, they took out Irad with that combo. And now, massive advantage for AP Bren, but Kyle is low.
Yeah, he wants him. He knows. He has the retribution. He wants him.
No.
Super Marco takes him down. 2 members falling for RRQ Hoshi. Still looking at a 5-man stack. Out from the Philippines, AP Bren still in control of this neutral objective, and it looks like they are going in for the take. Ogwin will take down Octa. Super Marco finds Brusco, Skylar, and Irad wondering where did we go wrong. Now need to get out of there, but AP Bren on the chase for the kill. Few takes down Skylar, and another will fall as Super Marco with the mega kill will go ahead and shut down Irad. A full wipeout against RRQ Hoshi.
They can go straight for the juggler this time. They have Beatrix, one of the fastest siegers out there. And there's only Banana that can defend this. Banana going in and chasing Kyle TZ, trying to go for the hero plays, but unfortunately wasn't successful. And now he's taken out. That should be it. AP Bren will take this series for sure.
Yeah, able to claim this game and keep the Philippines inside of Game of Futures 2024 as they move on as the first seat in the grand finals.
What a Lord Dance. It was definitely a variation of, this is definitely a different variation of a Lord Dance, right? You can see that the side of AP Bren parked both Super Marco as well as Ogwen in that long bush. And when I'm talking about the long bush, it was the bush nearest to the bottom lane. So it was a that very long curve. They waited in the bush for more than 2 minutes. And they were just waiting for an opportunity. When there was an initiation coming out from the Frederick, because what they do is like they allow like the Guinevere to chunk the Lord down. So somebody has to check that Lord. Somebody has to check the health of the Lord. When Irad showed himself, and Brusco was already mind sweeping. Actually, he was looking for someone from the L bush as well as the newest, the new bush, and he didn't find any. Irad felt comfortable putting himself in front of the Lord, and the conceal play from both Ogwen and Super Marco paid dividends. All they had to do was just really pop the ultimate onto Irad, and Irad was gone. Just like that. And AP Bren played that Lord dance in a different manner, but perfectly in that manner.
Yes, flawless execution. Both sides putting on an amazing show, but like we said in the beginning, only one team will be able to move forward, and that'll be the first team out from Indonesia, knocked out. We still are looking at ONIC holding that banner high for them. We will be seeing their game up next. AP Bren able to move on forward, the first team to make it into the grand finals. And I would definitely say that was Flat Teasy's game.
Definitely.
We talked about him having an answer over there to Banana, and they found it. You run the CC, no problem. I'll just counter it and do it a little bit better on the rotations. And he was able to pull it off. Not only was he frontlining majority of the damage, but look at him. Getting to the back line, pressuring the side of RQ Hoshi from taking these neutral objectives, creating the opportunity for AP Bren to have the advantage, which led overall with them winning this series.
Well, was the play from Banana. I tried to go for Kyle, but Kyle just baited him out easily. And Kyle TZ knew the limits of his hero. There's no one to damage him because they already zoned out Skylar. So when Brusco shows himself here, Kyle TZ just jumps there, pops the Requiem, and then is still in retry range. Well, he didn't have the retribution, but that's the point, right? They're still in range to take that Lord. And then they found Skylar just trying his best, desperately to go for a pick-off or maybe last hit the Lord or something. Again, another hero play. So every time that there's a hero play, there's an easy punish coming out from RQ Hoshi. And if you're a Filipino, you can hear Flap, I'm sure. He says,
yeah, you
I
can
love
definitely
you.
Tell.
Yeah, you can really
super
tell. Yeah, he said, I love you. 100%. That's what he said.
Well, I definitely know there's a lot of love out there in the Philippines for AP Bren right now. As
sure.
they put on a show, able to close out the series. And there it is. The man with the plan, stepping into the zone and doing his thing. Flap Teasy, a well-deserved MVP.
Oh, yeah. I think that deserves no explanation. The impact that he had in that game from the early stages was so well done. 9 minutes. It was the reason why Bren Esports were winning in first 9 minutes of the game. Majority is because of how Flap positioned himself and how he poked his enemies so well. And then in the first Lord, or was it the second Lord? But there was a Lord where Brusco. Eventually, RQ Hoshi already found a triple jump with Brusco, but on the reset of the fight, what happened was they overstayed in front of the X-Borg. That's why they got cooked. And sometimes you don't really feel the damage of the X-Borg until it's far too late, when he already stacked up so much on you.
Yeah, and as we are now panning over to this amazing game, you're looking at both teams fighting it out. That was RQ Hoshi. Not able to claim game 3, but they put on a good fight, right? They lost game 1. They tried to pull out the Layla, the $1 million Layla that we seen yesterday, able to kind of, or we seen the other day, claiming victory up against Deus Volts. Not the same story going up against the world champions AP Bren. It looked like they kind of planned for it, and they executed pretty well. Definitely over pressuring them, running that Ruby, denying the Kufra, the setups he was looking for, and finding a way to kind of shut down Skylar. And then game number 2, AP Bren, not able to rise to the occasion, and RQ Hoshi evening out the playing field. They were able to play something a little bit more comfortable. Banana running the Benedetta, able to rotate around, and able to equalize this series. But then game number 3, Flat Teasy. I don't know what they said to him in the locker room, but it's working. Keep on doing it. and I expect some great things in the grand finals. They will move on forward, shutting down RQ Hoshi with an amazing game.
There was that factor of the Beatrix in this game where we probably you probably forget about what the strength of the Beatrix is because of how much nerf there was on that hero, and it's no longer the hero that you choose in the metagame, and for good reasons, right? But you definitely forget the possible combos, right, that you can get out of the Beatrix. Any reliable stun in combination with the Bennett's Rage as well as the Nibiru's Passion shreds through. And with the addition of the Nana, now if you combine those two heroes together, there's just explosions all over. So you saw that even a Ruby that's very tanky, even a Fredrin cannot last with just one Bennett's Rage coming out from the Beatrix. And that was started with the Final Slash and sometimes the jumps coming out from Kaltizi, followed up by the ultimate of the Nana. It's just, there's no staying power that can last through that kind of combination.
Yeah, and I mean, we were looking at Ogwyn just being more of the utility role over there for this R-Lot, right? We mentioned how it was such a great synergized composition inside of the draft, especially stacked up with not only a Guinevere, but also, I mean, I guess technically the X-Borg too. I mean, if you picked up the Ice Queen one, it's going to provide some slow on top of that the R-Lot can profit on. And he's just going in for the final slashes. He's going in for those dashes with the Demon Gauge. And that really worked into his favor that AP Bren leaned on to be able to get the opportunity to take the advantage. But Flapteezy, nonetheless, a great job. I mean, he took off from the early phase. He bridged the way for them to have such a great game. He held Banana inside the XP lane. Definitely one of the hardest XP laners we've seen so far in Game of Futures to keep at bay. And they found a way around it. Sure, if they're running ranked games out there in the Philippines and Indonesia, we're going to be seeing a lot of counters possibly to the CC now with the X-Borg matchup. The XP lane. This is why I love seeing these two regions fight it out. Because like I said, I'm always taking notes and we're learning things as we progress as casters. I'm sure there's players out there watching and taking notes as well. And hey, these teams are definitely coming for a reason. Game, and it's going to be ONIC stepping into the mix, and they'll be going up against the team that took down Blacklist, the Philippines, yesterday in the quarterfinals.
Wow, I'm so excited about this because obviously we want to see ONIC play, but at the same time, I think that beat Blacklist going up against the runners-up of M5 with a playstyle that is, something that you really don't expect. I'm excited to see Rosa as well as Alien, TNZ being on fire, going up against Kyrie. That is going to be a treat for sure.
Yeah, definitely going to be a treat. And honestly, I mean, that's big over there for Turkey, right? I mean, to be able to take down one of the most decorated teams out there in the Philippines, and now having a shot to take one of the most decorated teams out in Indonesia, that's a lot of pressure on the line over there for Flux Esports. But they've been doing so well so far in Game of Futures 2024. Their rotations, their execution, Rosa dominating in the mid lane, some big setups over there from Apex 47 has been a problem. But, it is Indonesia. Like I said, one of the top regions in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, still holding that banner high, and they got to represent, right? I mean, they just seen one of their only teams besides them get knocked out. They got to hold that banner high, and so it's going to be a very good match. Honestly, I feel it to be on the same level as this one, but a lot more on the line. Is there's a chance that Indonesia will be completely knocked off the board if ONIC does not rise to the occasion. But for the side of Flux Esports, it's definitely going to be a challenge. Like we said, they've taken down one major team, highly decorated from the Philippines, but can they do it again against an Indonesian team?
Yeah. Well, I don't know the answer yet, especially because, you're kind of scared because this is still ONIC. Right? They're still a second runners-up of M5. They're still very strong. They they forced AP Bren to go the distance. So it's definitely a tall order. I mean, I think that generally you still think that ONIC is more favored in that matchup, but after seeing what Flux is able to do in the semi-finals or the quarterfinals, number 2, you're scared about their potential as a team, right? You really have to respect them. So that's really, really exciting.
And they didn't just beat Blacklist. It was a 2-0 sweep.
That's right.
Which is a little bit more challenging. So far, Flux Esports, they're sitting undefeated inside a Game of Futures. When you're looking at ONIC, it is actually, no, they did get defeated. They lost the game yesterday over to RCC out from Russia. In game number 2, it was a little bit of a miscalculated lore play, which ended up being stealed from the side of RCC to be able to claim that victory in a turnaround at that 19-minute mark. But I will say this is definitely going to be a challenge. Now, these other regions are stepping up to the occasion, and it's glad to be able to see a team go that high. We saw an M5, Days Volts from Russia, able to kind of climb up there. And now we're getting to see Flux Esports rising to this occasion as well. That was Russia first, and now Turkey, showing you that their meta's evolving, their teams are getting better, and they're providing a decent competition to some of the more prominent regions for the side of MLBB, especially Indonesia and the Philippines. But you mentioned ONIC. I mean, they're a stacked team. I mean, they've got Kyrie dominating. You know, you've got Keyboy representing that Rome position. It's definitely going to be a problem. Now, I will say, though, for ONIC, just a little bit of a recap for those who are just now jumping into the show. They were able to take down Team Flash. They beat them 2-0, and then they also went up against Burnex Flash. So I'd say they beat the Flash brothers, able to take them down. They moved on forward. They went up against RCC, and it was 2-1. So we got to see them be able to turn that in their favor and close out that series. And now we definitely have some more gameplay in store. I can't wait to see how they do head-to-head up against Flux Esports.
Yeah.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
And we are back after that brief intermission. Some crazy gameplay went down in the first series for today in the semifinals of the Future 2024. RRQ Hoshi out from Indonesia, falling to the last team from the Philippines, the world champions, claiming victory in M5, now claiming victory again in the 2-1 lead. Now moving on to the first seat of the grand finals. Now we have another spicy match of the day. We are going to be looking at Flux Esports going head-to-head up against ONIC in a best-of-3, and they will be able to fight it out to claim that last spot in the grand finals. Who will be able to move on forward? Will it be ONIC? Will it be Flux Esports? Time will tell.
Well, this is going to be an entirely different dynamic from what we saw in our first series, right? So there's a lot of, I would say there's a lot of action, and there's a big emphasis on the laning matchups for game number 1, series number 1. But I think in this particular series, for Flux going up against the ONIC, it's more of a teamfight base. Well, at least on the side of Flux. It's what I noticed about the way they're drafting. It's almost as if they want to really focus on overall or teamfight-oriented lineup. Like it's a more of a 5v5, an aggressive version of Ube, as I always called it from before. Now, if you're looking at ONIC, this is a team where you really don't know what they're gonna be picking up. They're just really, really crazy about their picks. I mean, you know, the general 6 heroes that they'll pick per role, but you don't really know which one is which. And there will be a lot of flexible pickups. So, well, it was evident in series number 1, where there are also like flex picks, but I think even more so for ONIC, that's just how they operate. They're gonna be picking up Arlot, which is a flex. They're gonna be picking up Ruby for sure, which is either EXP or going to be the Rome. They're the team that picks up Kadira, because you can pick Kadira in positions 4 and 5. So there's a lot of like flexibility that you can expect from ONIC.
Yeah, definitely a lot of flexibility. And, you know, we kind of talked about the path of ONIC so far inside of Game of Futures 2024, all the way from group stage until now. Now taking a look at Fireflux Esports and their journey. So they actually did take a loss, a correction on that. They lost to Blacklist in game number 1 for their group phase.
Yeah.
It was 2-0 sweep. They decided to go in for the double mage. They ran in for the Lunox and the Aurora combination. They had the carry inside of the gold lane and the Barats in the jungle. Ruby walking in that roam position. It didn't really work in their favor, though, actually walking in the XP lane position. You got to see Blacklist pretty much dominate them there. It was a decent match, still 20-minute game. I would say it was a little on the later side of things. And then game number 2, you got to see Blacklist pretty much just breeze through them with a 12-minute finish. But they had a really good story build-up, right? They went from there. They had to go fight it in the losers bracket over there for group stage. They went up against Burnix Flash. Took him down 2-0. Great gameplay. They didn't go for the double mage meta. They went in for the Nana. Had a couple of those staple picks, such as that Claude, that Exborg, that Minotaur. And they were able to push through with both 14-minute games, making them be able to sit inside of the playoffs, getting the seeding there.
Yeah.
You know, they were able to kind of fight it out, and they took down Nightmare. They were able to shut him down 2-0, fresh off a sweep. And then they got another sweep on top of that, just stacking up these victories. Revenge to Blacklist, taking them down first inside of group stage for Game of Futures 2024, getting their sweet revenge over there inside of the quarterfinals, able to shut them out with a 2-0 sweep. And now, hey, here we are, another shot to be able to earn that spot into the grand finals today. And they're definitely showcasing their mastery so far and how much they've improved this year alone.
Yeah. I think if you're looking at Fireflux, they have a set style of play, which is they really want to rely on their 4 protect 1, meaning to say, like, they really want to put all of their basket in this gold laner, and then slowly build up from there, like group up and then slowly just farm up on their gold laner, and then eventually take over the late game. But they have a little bit of a curveball wherein sometimes they utilize their jungler in an aggressive manner. Sometimes they go for the Guinevere that can set up plays. Sometimes they go Martis Nolan, which allows them to have a faster pace at approaching the matches. So they have that kind of play with their 4 protect 1 strategy. And I'm saying this because that is definitely something that we have to be looking for in this matchup. What will be the gold lane versus gold lane matchup with ONIC being in there? Knowing ONIC, they like to play weird gold laners like Harith. Well, if you think about it, Harith is no longer weird because of how much they picked it up. So those kinds of heroes where there's no actual counter to the laning stage to it, like your Nathan as well as your Harith, something that we can expect from ONIC. Whereas for set of Fireflux, they might just go for the typical route of your classic 4 protect 1 marksman, like the Claude, for example, or maybe eventually a carry. But those heroes that generally have a smooth transition from the mid game to the late game and have a lot of impact in those critical Lord fights. So if there's anything that we have to be looking out for is how these two teams answer the gold lane.
And I definitely agree with you on that. I mean, I would say when it comes to ONIC versus Fireflux Esports, like you mentioned, they're a team that goes more staple choices. They go for more of just common trend meta across the board. Like, you can pretty much predict the way their draft is going to go, whereas I feel like ONIC is definitely a little bit more creative, a little bit more three-dimensional when it comes to drafting, being able to pull off things like the Harith pickup in the gold lane. Not really something we've seen the side of Fireflux Esports take the risk on. But speaking of Fireflux Esports, able to take down Blacklist, one of the most decorated teams inside the Philippines. As you are looking at their roster, Rosa dominating so far inside of that mid lane position. Alien coming alive from the XP. Sunshine for the gold lane. Apex 47 with the big sets as their roamer and TNZ definitely dominating as well, having a really good game in the jungle. Straight out of Turkey, too. Really excited to see this region compete today. They've been performing so well in the Game of Futures 2024.
4 picks for the Claude. They are very successful with it. That's at least in the playoffs, we've seen 3 Claude pickups from Flux Esports, all of them W's, and that's also very true for the Esports. So, like we mentioned, the 4 Protect 1 kind of marksman choices will be Fireflux's priority, and that's something that you should be looking at if you're ONIC. I gotta say though, one player that I'm very excited to see is Rosa. And this will not be the first time that I will be saying that I'm a fan, that Rosa actually converted me into a fan back in M4 because of how well he plays and how reminiscent he is of how Haji plays from before, like the very aggressive version of Haji. Now, he might have oversped compared to Haji, but man, I love how Rosa is playing.
Yeah, and speaking of players, now taking a look at ONIC, the last team standing from Indonesia with one of the most decorated teams and flashiest players, Kyrie, inside of the jungle. The man can do it all. Boots in the XP lane as well. You are looking at Sands running in that mid lane, and Keyboy. Let's not even get started on the sets that you see him do in the Land of Dawn. And then side by side with our gold laner himself, Albert in the building.
Yeah, you can see that there's a lot of like similarities in some of their players, particularly from Apex and Keyboy. The way that they're playing, they really are on point when it comes to their team fight initiations. But the crucial player now that you have to talk about for ONIC is, interestingly, Albert this time, because I'm not entirely sure if Albert is the choice because they have CW. I believe he's in the same venue anyway, so they can utilize him. And we will yet to see who will be the choice for the gold lane. Well, obviously, Albert being in here means that he might play for the first game, to the very least for ONIC. And the heroes that you look for when you see Albert is Harith. But of course, the Claude is also a hero that that he also plays a lot, so that could be a potential here for ONIC.
And you make a good point. I mean, they do have CW sitting on the bench, ready to jump into Land of Dawn and wreak some havoc over there in the gold lane. He is currently on backup in case he is needed, and definitely somebody to watch out for. I wouldn't even consider him a bench player with his execution and how well he plays in that gold lane. I mean, he's just on a little extended vacation right now. He's just letting them play it out, just relaxing. I mean, he trusts in his team to be able to get the job done. Definitely waiting for the opportunity to step into the occasion, though. But you are going to see Albert kind of taking that position for now. Now, you mentioned Rosa converting you in M4. I definitely agree with you. It's been a really strong player so far in Game of Futures 2024. Some of the pickups that we got to see on Rosa. We got to see the Vexana come out. We got to see the Navaria get slid in as well. 2 kind of staple mages. We also got to see, and these are mages that kind of play from afar, right? I mean, I guess you could say the Faramis can play up close, but usually he's just trying to stay around the team and provide that utility. The Navaria is another utility pickup, right? Play from afar, get the Astro Echo out, provide the slow, and maybe get that Astro Meteor out or a possible snipe for a pickoff. But the thing about Rosa is Rosa switches it up. He does not only play marksmen from afar, but he knows personal, and we got to see that. When they were going up against Blacklist International, he pulled out the Valentina, he pulled out the Lilia, and he performed. Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. He's going to be playing up against one player that has been dubbed by numerous other legendary players as a genius in the mid lane. And in general, as a player, that's Sans. It's a tall task to go up against Sans. And you would think that Sans has already reached his peak, but no. Back in M5, we know for sure that if there's someone that we can isolate for ONIC that's performing consistently at the top level, that's always Sans. The way that he plays this mid lane from a variety, a spectrum of playstyle, actually. He can play safe, he can play passive in the backlines, he can play aggressive, he can play assassin mages, he can play almost any kind of play from a mage at a high level. And he's going up against Rosa. I think this might be one of the first, if not the first time that these two will meet. And I wonder how, my personal bias, Rosa, gonna pit up against one of the legendary players who's still playing right now, a genius at the mid lane. That's going to be Sans versus Rosa. That is a matchup that I'm very excited to see.
A tall task, as you stated, but definitely Rosa is one of those players who can rise to the occasion and shock the world. And I'm right there with you. I want to see how this kind of plays out. Will Rosa be able to kind of have the advantage over Sans? Like you said, a lot of players kind of put him on that podium or that pedestal above them with how well he usually performs. Now, another player to kind of keep a close eye on, though, over there for the side of ONIC is Boots, right? He's been explosive in Game of Futures 2024. We've been seeing him create the opportunity, kind of similar to Banana, being able to split push, always rotating around the map, creating that opportunity for these neutral objectives. And to be honest with you, the most profit that he gets off of so far for Game of Futures 2024 is his Lapu Lapu. It has been a problem, and I really want to see if they're going to let it walk. Are they going to be able to kind of keep up with it? Because usually when he picks up that Lapu Lapu, it's almost a guaranteed win.
Yeah. You can see that at least for ONIC, right? It's a 90-minute win with the Lapu Lapu up against RCC, and then the group stages, he did play a lot. Boots has recovered. I mean, there was a lot of criticism towards Boots during M5, especially in the championship. I was able to talk to many players, and there was so many content that went around the globe, essentially, putting a lot of criticism on towards what Boots was able to do. And even him, he had a podcast with Emperor, if I'm not mistaken, a 1v1 where he admitted that there was a little bit of there was a little bit of problem on his side when it comes to performing. But right now in Games of the Future, I gotta say that that's already erased. I don't think that it is anymore a factor. I think that he's playing so well. Apart from that one loss that they've had against RCC, which really came to a shock to almost everyone watching. Everybody from ONIC is just on point this time. They woke up and they're just really pulling their weight. Nobody is a dead weight on the side of ONIC, I would say.
Yeah, definitely not dead weight. And I will say, honestly, even in the game that they lost against RCC, they were winning majority of the game. I mean, they took most of the neutral objectives. They led in the early phase, the mid phase. It was literally down to just one misplay on a Lord that costed them that, or they would have been able to take that one as well. So I would say definitely having to be able to close it out when they have that massive advantage kind of is what they struggled on, at least in the last series that we've seen them play in up against RCC out from Russia. Flux Esports, though, I mean, they're a team that knows how to take it up close and personal. Speaking of them, there it goes, Rosa. You talked about it, definitely warmed your heart since seeing him in M4.
Yes, sir.
TNZ over there, definitely being a key role into this team. They're being bad in the building as well. Apex 47, definitely having those sets that the team is looking for. Hotter than ever as that fire burns behind them. Leading the banners out from Turkey. Will they be able to rise to the occasion? This may be their hardest challenge yet. They were able to shut down Blacklist, shut down one of the most decorated teams out from the Philippines. Now, going up against the most decorated team, or one of the most decorated teams out from Indonesia. Can they shut down ONIC?
Tall task is going to be an understatement in this kind of challenge for Fireflux. But if anything, Fireflux has always turned heads. Ever since M4, everybody's now looking at them. And now their opponent's ONIC.
Yeah, Sans stepping up to the scene, ready to take this fight into the land of Don Keyboy. Right beside him in the roam position, Boots on the Lapu Lapu. Slam dunk. Sprite cam over there is the way he's been performing. Kyrie, King of the Skies, able to do anything. And CW, kind of chillaxing, relaxing in the background. Albert taking his position in the gold lane for today's game. ONIC out from Indonesia, the last Indonesia team standing in Game of Futures 2024.
All right. Gonna be Albert manning the gold lane for now, going up against Sunshine, which there's a lot of criticism as well. You know, I'm picking my words lightly here, but yeah, I think I'd go with that. There's a lot of criticisms onto Albert as well, but I think that there's something that ONIC as a team were able to discover in the off season that we've had right after M5. I've heard that they really never really stopped like training. So they went back to training very early in January, which meant that they were able to swap players around. And this time, we know Albert has played so many roles already for ONIC. Back in MPL Season 12, he went and played jungle. He played gold as well, and he also played mid lane, if I'm not mistaken. So he got through the gauntlet, and now ONIC kind of felt like, okay, maybe Albert belongs in the gold lane. Maybe he can actually play in the gold lane. That's the thing, right? Everybody from ONIC is very difficult to replace. I mean, how do you replace Kyrie, right? That guy is just, that guy's cracked. Then if you're going to be looking at the mid lane, how do you replace Sound? Sound's a genius. And even CW has his own merits in the game. It's difficult. In fact, when Albert went here to ONIC, I'm just really, it's like, those memes where you're like, what's his name? The basketball player, young meme, where he's like, what was that kind of play? Where
Oh yeah, I've seen it with the question marks.
Nick Young, yeah, like
Yep.
the question mark, like why do you do that? But well, it took a lot of time, but maybe they have figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. And, I'm going to be paying close attention to Albert, especially with CW sitting on the back end. He's honestly one of those marksmen that aren't really replaceable. And to see him not performing definitely says a lot about Albert rising to the occasion. But speaking of the gold laners, I mean, it is going to be him up against Sunshine. Sunshine, we kind of mentioned the hero pool from the side of Flux Esports. You mentioned them being very team clash oriented on the way they like to focus in on the draft and jump into the land of Dawn. And they go for more of what I would consider textbook meta, right? Those staple marksmen, like you said, the Claude, the carry, is usually what they kind of prioritize. And for the side of ONIC, they're a little different, right? They're not afraid to take it a little bit to that higher level. Those three-dimensional drafting, pulling out that Harith, you name it, it can definitely go there. Can Sunshine keep up with Albert with the three-dimensional drafting inside of the gold lane?
Hey, I like it. This is the first time I'm hearing a three-dimensional drafting. Did you coin that? Whoever coined that, that's I love it. I love it. It really describes the way that ONIC is drafting, particularly with the leadership of Coach Yeb. However, I gotta say that it is confirmed that it's Adi who actually is the head coach for now, or at least for Games of the Future. So he's leading the pack when it comes to drafting. But obviously, that's generally how ONIC Esports think about the draft. Three-dimensional drafting. I think that's the perfect visualization of how they think about and approach the drafting.
It's funny. I can't coin it. I didn't make it up. I actually got it from Trex, one of our casters. I mean, you've seen him in the M series. I'm going to let him coin that one. I don't want to stamp something. But he definitely makes a good point with the three-dimensional drafting. Usually, like you said, it's teams that we see that are not afraid to kind of experiment and go above the meta and create their own. And that's what we see from the side of ONIC time and time again as they perform. And then also, I mean, you get to see Kyrie in the jungle. He's one of the most flashiest junglers that we've ever seen. The way he moves around the map is almost unmatchable. Like you said, all these players on ONIC pretty much irreplaceable with how well they kind of perform on the world stage. And today, we're going to witness greatness in the making from ONIC, but also from the side of Turkey, Flux Esports. They are kind of rising to the occasion, right? I would say their story is a little bit better than ONIC right now in Game of Futures 2024 because we normally see ONIC do really well and go this high. As Flux Esports, a newer region to the scene, definitely a little bit more challenging to kind of take down some of these prominent regions, such as the Philippines, such as Indonesia. And speaking of both of these amazing teams, jumping into the draft now, and it looks like first priority pick will go to the side of Flux Esports. ONIC will be second in the draft, and wasting no time, Flux takes out the Nolan, ONIC takes out the Guinevere.
Wow. Vexana being banned out earlier on from Flux Esports. What have they seen? This is actually a surprise. But of course, they are prepared. They have prepared for this. I'm looking at the past games of ONIC where they actually prioritize Vexana and might just look back at the group stages where they picked it up. Well, they combo that with typically the Harith. And I have a half the mind for Flux to actually take out that Harith. But instead, they banned the supplementary heroes for the Harith. So that's a valid decision from Flux. They might pick up Ruby as their priority though. So far, that's what they really like.
You know, and it's interesting too, because the way this draft is going out, at least for the band face, this is new for Flux Esports. They're definitely going more for comfort bands from doing a little bit of research on ONIC. They have such a high hero pool that they definitely have some other answers on the table. But this is the first time we're actually seeing them banned in this order outside of the Mathilda when they have first pick. Guinevere's has been taken off the table. I think it's such a strong denial for that to be able to walk. Now, there are some pickups that can be slotted in. The Faramis is actually walking so far. And normally, we see Flux ban that out within the first phase of the draft. With that walking on the table, though, do they pick it up? Or do they risk the chance of ONIC taking that away from them?
Beautiful first pick coming up from Flux. Instead of going for the Ruby, they went in for Nana. Also a hero that ONIC likes to play. And generally a hero that answers the playstyle of ONIC. Because ONIC, they're that kind of team that wants to go up close and personal, right? They want to go in and initiate. Nana stops that. And obviously Rosa has been phenomenal with this hero. Great job of Flux. ONIC might still go for Ruby though. And usually what you pick up in this case is the Baksha. So maybe that is the choice for ONIC, like Baksha plus Ruby, or Baksha plus Harith. Well, it's carry immediately from ONIC. Wow.
That's a little surprising. Now, yeah, that is interesting because I guess, they're trying to take some of the marksmans away because like I said, they're more of a staple meta type team for Flux Esports. So I could possibly be seeing that. I am a little shocked on it though, this early. The Ruby maybe slot in that roam position, still can be the XP. Like we said, Boots, normally he's been favoring that Lapu, but with the Ruby in the mix, I think it's a safer option for him right now, kind of trying to read out the draft. Not too many heroes can really go toe-to-toe with the Ruby in the XP lane, able to kind of sustain even dive compositions that works well against. But Flux Esports, they pick up the Nana. There's some great early game damage. You mentioned it being a great denial to not allow ONIC to pick that up. And I think they're off to a good start. Now, there are still some options on the table on what they can pick up. Minotaur and the Claude.
Yeah, Minotaur, the Apex 47 special. And they take away the Minotaur as well from ONIC. We know for sure that it's great against the Claude. So it's, the Ruby can be played in the EXP lane as well. We know for sure that Flux really likes this Claude anyway, so they're going to be picking it up. This is comfort pickups coming up from Flux Esports. Now, ONIC, they might swing it and pick up the Grok as their last pick because Grok just works well against this Claude. Great staying power against Minotaur-based compositions. And at the same time, you have a way to apply to look for the Nana because Grok is very tanky in that regard. However, ONIC will then secure the Lilia first, making it so that their potential with the Ruby plus the Lilia, if ever they pick up this Ruby for Keyboy, Lilia plus the Ruby is such a strong mid lane duo that can be a problem for the Minotaur walking around the river.
Now, if history repeats itself, looking from the side of Flux Esports, if it's not banned out, I think they're going to go for their signature export pick. Definitely can work in their favor and something they're a little bit more comfortable on. It seems like they're kind of leaning into their comfortability with this draft, right? Like you said, a staple pick from Apex 47 on the Minotaur. One of those marksmen that we see time and time again with the Claude, especially with the carry not being available. That's probably Sunshine's next best answer. The export does get banned out, though. ONIC with the good read for the denial. And Flux responds back, taking out the Barats.
Yeah. Maybe a Baksha again for as the last ban for Flux Esports. ONIC, we're looking for your alien heroes. Maybe Arlet. That's also a hero that Flux Esports likes to play. They also pick up Phovius. In fact, that's a surprise. But maybe in this particular game, maybe that's not going to be the case. When they played up against Blacklist, it was Dyroth actually that they went in with. Maybe because Blacklist went in for the Baksha. So instead, it's the Fredrin ban coming out from ONIC. Interesting choice. Yep.
There's another pickup there. The CC is still on the table to be picked up.
That's right.
I just realized I walked through the draft, and I think that would be a solid option from the side of Fireflux Esports. Definitely been one of those heroes that a lot of players have a hard time keeping up with and creating that opportunity to kind of split push on those lanes, especially with more of their signature pick being banned out. A really good read from ONIC for that denial on that X-Borg. I mean, I can almost guarantee you that is what they were trying to kind of pick up there if it walked in. A great denial, a good read from the side of ONIC, just showcasing their mastery in drafting, but the Fanny looks like they're trying to limit the King of the Skies.
Yeah, that's right. ONIC, the three-dimensional draft that you're saying, gonna go for the Martis instead. This time, they will want to keep the flexibility on the Ruby, so we don't know yet if this Ruby is going EXP or Roam. For Fireflux now, gonna be looking for their XP laner as well as their jungler. When you're up against the Martis, there's always that Baxia factor, and I think it works really for the lineup of ONIC. So maybe they'll just go that route. Then for their EXP lane, there's that Lapu-Lapu that no, it's not banned. So the Lapu-Lapu is decent versus the carry. You can one-shot that carry if the carry does not build tanky. Or you go, maybe you go for the Dyroth that they also picked up earlier on, which is usually what they use against Martis, or against Backshot. But the Lunox in the jungle is the choice here for Fireflux.
I mean, it didn't really work out that well. There goes the CC. But the Lunox in the jungle position, this is similar to game 1 when they went up against Blacklist, their opening debut in Game of Futures 2024. They ran this composition and went all the way to a 20-minute game. But they were not able to claim victory, and Blacklist was able to shut them down. Looks like they're going in for this again, a little bit more confident than the last time, possibly. I like the CC pickup. It's definitely going to have some strong presence rotating them around. And now we're on to our last pick for the side of ONIC. There it goes. Arlot will be slotted in. I thought maybe we would see a Lapu-Lapu, something of that nature, which means this is going to possibly be the Arlot and the XP and Ruby rotated into that roam position.
Yeah, it's still swappable, but I think that it's more likely that they pick up the Arlot as the EXP laner. So the benefit here for the Arlot is that combo we have with the Ruby, with a limited source of stuns, of crowd control across all of the other heroes, but most particularly for the Ruby, you have a big combo with the Arlot that you can always refresh or Vengeance and allow for that to have a sniping potential with the final / all the time, because you're always going to find the angle to initiate, and that will be good in combination with both the carry as well as Martis. These two heroes are heroes that can actually confirm kills, right? So they're sweepers in general. Carry, if you pop the ultimate, you have enough attack speed to burst down a hero. And for the Martis, you have the Decimate. So the game plan here for ONIC is to confirm the kills, to actually finish the job every time. And that's what Fireflux Esports kind of have a disadvantage on, because they're a sustained kind of lineup. They have low HPs but high sustains. So ONIC identified that and picked this composition up.
Yeah, some high-level drafting indeed from both sides of the table as we go through the virtual arena into Land of Dawn. Fireflux Esports, all the way out from Turkey, making it into the semifinals, going up against the last standing team out from Indonesia, ONIC, who will be able to claim victorious in this best of 3 for the semifinals and claim their spot in the grand finals to face AP Bren.
On to the matchups. I believe that the carry has an easier time in the early stages, but late game, 100%, you're going to have to give it to the Claude. Up top, it's CC versus Arlot, and already Sans has forced the passive on the Nana. Ooh, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, luckily the Molina's gift worked in his favor to keep him alive, but that's a lot of early game damage. You are going to go ahead and see ONIC trying to take the advantage. I mean, they are running the Martis inside of that jungle, right? We know he's an early aggressive jungler and can definitely sniff out those low HP opponents. Fireflux Esports, you mentioned it as we were jumping into the draft. They're a team that kind of focuses on team-oriented clashes, and that's kind of how they prioritize their draft. Now, they did something interesting. They pulled out the Lunox in the jungle. Up against a team like ONIC, we got to see how this kind of plays out, right? Can it kind of deal the damage they're looking for and take these neutral objectives? Or where we see Kyrie kind of bridge that gap in the early game with the Martis?
Well, they have to utilize this Martis in that regard. They have to ride the momentum, if you get my meaning. They have to start fast for ONIC because late game, this burst composition from ONIC or confirmed kills kind of composition might not be that good anymore because that means that the Claude is already very strong, a little bit tanky with Wind of Nature, and the Purify is even more usable in the latter portions of the game. And of course, Apex 47 with just a little bit of an opening can pop the Minoan's Fury.
Yeah, and now you are seeing both teams fight it out over this turtle, trying to take the advantage. Kyrie with the retribution, able to claim it for ONIC and maybe able to get a kill. Tries to go in, find Alien, not able to close the distance, but they were able to take this first neutral objective.
Yeah, looking really good for ONIC, especially with Boots again being on point. Not the best performance from him in the M5 World Championship, but definitely games of the future. Started in the group stages so well, and then now in the playoffs, with Boots looking really good when it comes to his form. Not the best performance from him.
Definitely looking really strong so far. That will give him a massive XP boost for the side of ONIC. They are slightly ahead in terms of gold already, leading by 1,200. And we know ONIC is one of those teams, even with the littlest advantage, can go a mile. Right now, Flux Esports, this may be their toughest challenge yet, but let's not discredit them. They did take down one of the highest decorated teams inside of the Philippines, shutting down Blacklist right before this yesterday inside of the quarterfinals, and now having a chance to take down one of the top teams from Indonesia. Rosa, you said it warmed your heart inside of M4, having a little bit of a hard time inside getting online with the Nana. Gonna go ahead and try down Alina's Blacklist right before this yesterday. In this game, neither side has found a body so far.
Yep. With all due fairness for Flux Esports, they're keeping up, and it seems like they're not overly aggressive. They're not wasting some of their early HP or early deaths whatsoever. Like even TNC committing the brilliance just to get out. They understand the situation where they only team fight around the neutral objectives and they only have to wait for the late game anyways. Don't be overly aggressive. But ONIC decides, okay, why don't we try to steal this? Kyrie is a retribution a level ahead.
But the thing is, if they can find a way to disrupt Tinzi in the early game, he won't be able to deal the early game damage he's looking for. And I think that's what ONIC is trying to lean into. They're like, okay, they're going a little unorthodox with the drafting. If we can make them uncomfortable, we can kind of lean into that and make that work in our favor. But Flux Esports, clapping back, doing a good job on kind of contesting the invasions from ONIC in their jungle.
Yeah. However, they're not able to defend the turtle as ONIC just executed easily. Kyrie still has the retribution, steals the buff. Classic Kyrie from ONIC.
Yeah, classic Kyrie, but big play from Boots, opening up the opportunity with the final slash. Kyrie with the alley-oop will take down Tienzi with the decimation. First blood on the board for ONIC.
Oh man, that's great aggression from ONIC. First, they went in for the purple buff for an attempt on the invade. And what's sure that Flux Esports was able to fend that off, it meant that they had to utilize their Minoan Fury on Apex 47. And the early stages of the game, that ultimate is quite long when it comes to like it's a cooldown. So afterwards, ONIC had the free pass to go to the turtle. Then Kyrie didn't have to commit any retribution for that. So they had another round of invasion onto the orange buff this time of Flux Esports. So that's well calculated and very natural kind of movements coming out from ONIC. Knowing full well that Apex 47, every time he commits the Minoan Fury that does not net a kill for Flux Esports, they buy what? 1 or 2 minutes of gameplay.
You're definitely kind of leaning forward into that. I mean, you're talking about the Lunox in the jungle being good with early aggression, but with Kyrie able to take her down, that's going to put her in a little bit of a disadvantage rotating around the map. Definitely going to have to be a little bit more careful. I mean, they lost that first neutral objective turtle, and then also losing their jungler on top of that is going to put ONIC at a big advantage. Now leading by 3,000 gold. Then just being Procto, needs to get out of there. Albert trying to get the kill. Kyrie will get there first. 2 kills left unanswered so far. ONIC leading the way with the set onto the orange buff. I'm offended over there from Keyboy, and it looks like he was able to get it. Kyrie with the steal. Grand Theft Orange.
Oh my god, the timing coming out from Kyrie. And then obviously the crowd control immunity that you get from the Ashura's aura or wrath, Ashura's wrath from Martis. My god, that was he planned that so well. He knew that eventually the Minotaur will go for the Minoan's Fury, and it paid dividends for ONIC. Again, they're just taking away farm from TNZ. And as a Lunox, you don't want to ever be in this kind of spot. It's difficult to play catch-up when you're playing Lunox.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle now for TNZ trying to catch up. Definitely going to have to play a little bit more passive, cool, calm, and collective. But speaking of cool, calm, and collective, the rotations so far from ONIC have been on point. Almost able to claim that turret on the top side, putting a lot of pressure into the mid lane, and it will fall. Now they'll be able to invade the jungle of Fireflux Esports with ease. As you are going to see on the bottom side, another turret will fall into ONIC's hands. Looks like Alien was not able to fend it off in the invasion onto the purple buff. A possible recipe made for disaster for Fireflux Esports. And Lunox jungle just not picking up the pace so far.
Yeah. Again, they forced the Minoan Fury. That's 60 seconds at level 1, where you don't have a big ultimate. Then Kyrie, with a massive level advantage over TNZ, there's really no chance at all for Fireflux Esports to defend these invades. Kyrie's level 12 at this point.
Woo! Speaking of
Damn.
Kyrie, able to get that
Wow.
kill. Where did Apex 47 go? It was so quick, I blinked, and he disappeared. Kyrie over here pulling out magic tricks. Albert able to claim the tier 2 turret on the top side. Fireflux Esports now stripped down to their tier 2 turrets 8 minutes in.
What was that play from ONIC? Was literally like a fraction of a second in a Minotaur. A tanky hero, gone in a fraction of a second from the combo of ONIC. And it was just the one displacement tool coming up from Kyrie that the Mortal Coil was used and was able to snag Apex 47 in a bad spot. It allowed for the rest of ONIC. I didn't even remember who else is there. I only remember Kyrie and just the immense amount of farm in this Martis. Level 13 at 9 minutes. Level 13 at 9 minutes.
He has double the amount of gold
my
to Tinzy
word.
right now, too. Tinzy was at 3,000. He's sitting
my
at
word.
6,000 right now. 3 kills in and another objective into his hands. Definitely taking advantage of the early phase. Can still play. Called in, though. Stands. One-man army. Use the Black Shoes. Minoan Fury will drop down from Apex 47, but at what cost? His boots will take him down.
No exchange. For Fireflux. Fortunately, that's a Minotaur, but he did commit the ultimate again, so that's another 60 seconds that they don't have the Minoan Fury. On defense mode now for Fireflux Esports, so what they can do is just to wait for ONIC to get in front of their base. And the best case scenario for Fireflux Esports at this point is to not lose any inhibitor turret. That is the only, that's the only W that they can actually hope for at this point. Will ONIC allow them to do that? It seems like ONIC are clinically taking over this game.
And they have a composition to be able to kind of end this early if they kind of play it right? You're seeing Fireflux on a stand, not trying to allow this Lord to take this inhibitor. It will fall. Looks like ONIC was not able to open up the base. They may have to put punches here. They don't have minions in every single lane to be able to contest, but they may still go in for it. I mean, they're early aggressive for a reason, right? They picked this composition with Kyrie on the Martis to bridge that gap in the early game, and that is exactly what he has done so far, leading highest kills on the game, 3-0-0.
Oh my, I'm out of words. It's ONIC just, like I said, systematically, clinically going for the siege.
Ooh.
Safely Keyboy.
I'm offended, connecting on to Apex 47. Almost bursted down, Albert. Chunking him very low. Will make his way back over to the base for some regen. Definitely rethinking that decision. Need to be a little bit more careful. I mean, he's easily bursted down, and he's the beefiest one on the team. So he's definitely going to have to be careful. I mean, they don't have a strong frontline composition. They have him and Alien to be able to contest. And right now, ONIC already leading the way, almost up by 10,000 gold in the first 12 minutes of today's match.
Whew. Tough break for Fireflux Esports. They did secure their turret out to the bottom lane, but it seems like they can't get out of their base. And ONIC's game plan, okay, let's forego our own jungle. Let's take over their jungle so that there's no recovery whatsoever from Fireflux Esports. Yenzi is just, he's just 5K at this point. And Kyrie is just like dominating him so badly. ONIC just shows us how to clinically and systematically win the game in a perfect manner.
Speaking of systematically, Sunshine, though, top side, will be able to clear some of those minions, trying to open up the opportunity, trying to find a trade somewhere on the map. And a good job finding his way to the top side to be able to get those minions there. I don't think you'll be able to clear it, though. You are going to go ahead and see Boots try and get there in time. He may be able to get it, though, but I like where his head is, right? He's definitely focusing on these objectives, even when they're down by such a major deficit. It's not even a high kill game. This is just overall ONIC dominating in the early phase and getting to those objectives first. Look at it already, pulling the aggro for this Lord. Ooh, big setup though. Yours. Aura will connect. Rosa. Melina's gift will be procced. ONIC on the chase though. They've spotted out the back lane. You're going to see Albert find Alien. He's going to go ahead and get shut down, finding his second death of the game. ONIC now leading unanswered, 5 kills ahead and leading by 10K with the Luminous Lord claimed in their favor.
Suns actually forced Apex 47 to get out, and now TNZ had to pop the Brilliance once again. Fortunately for all of the changes that we know for the Lunox, now Brilliance and Chaos is relatively quicker when it comes to the cooldown, so you have to wait for 20 to 30 seconds. But that's still an ultimate that's down, and TNZ just can't find an opening to make this jungle Lunox even bearable at this point. Another Brilliance used. Sans is just destroying Flux Esports now.
And it looks like they may go in for a possible game ender. Look at the Luminous Lord in the mid lane. Lanes are being synced currently for ONIC. I mean, look at Keyboy, right? He's looking for that setup. A major I'm Infinite may be on the way. The placement is crucial. Luminous Lord makes his way into the base. ONIC on a way, raising that banner high for Indonesia, trying to claim this game with an early finish at the 13-minute mark. Luminous Lord very low, though, will be bursted down big. But no inferior response from Apex 47, but Kyrie will find the kill and shut him down with the decimation. Brilliance activated from TNZ. Alien trying to frontline the damage. Kyrie will get another. Finds the double kill and shuts him down. Blazing duet from Sunshine. Trying to clear out these minions in the mid lane. Keyboy with the set. Kyrie with the kill. And looks like they will be able to get another. TNZ will find Kyrie though. But ONIC able to shut down Flux Esports with the early finish in game 1 of the semifinals.
Oh, very dominant fashion coming out from ONIC. It all started with the way that they invaded. After the first turtle, them winning with this that we were talking about, the snowball potential, Kyrie did not let go of the grip that they've had. After invading the purple buff, or at least attempting to for the invade, and forcing some rotations before the second turtle of the game, there wasn't anything that they can do anymore. Look at that initiation coming out from Boots at the 4-minute mark, where Kyrie is able to take out TNZ and also take away the orange buff. It allowed ONIC to have so much. And this is the very quick kill onto Apex 47. Like what, 1 or 2 seconds? The damage output. And you wouldn't think that the Minotaur will be bursted down that quickly, especially because it's a tank hero. Apex 47 goes for the Minion 3, but only lands onto Keyboy, in fact, because everybody from ONIC just got away from the range and they just can't find anything at this point. Even Sunshine going in for the Blazing Duet does not deal the damage anymore from ONIC. Mainly because Flux Esports aren't able to actually utilize their wombo combo. We never saw any Minoan Fury into Blazing Duet or into Brilliance plus Order. You know, the Lunox Bomb, the combo wherein you pop your Darkness and your Brilliance at the same time, so you have to really just destroy your opponents. We never saw that because there wasn't any opening that ONIC gave to Flux Esports.
Yeah, you're crediting, I think it's the Ruby DD, right? That's what,
exactly.
what we're possibly going to see. But yeah, we didn't really get to see that play off in their favor. And honestly, Flux Esports kind of played into the hands of what ONIC was looking for. Trying to get out in the early phase, and we'll rotate a little bit better. We have such a strong early composition, and there you have it. Speaking of the early game, bridging the way with the Martyrs, the King of the Skies, now stepping onto the ground. Kyrie, well-deserved MVP.
Well deserved. 31% damage taken. I wonder what his total damage was. 6-1-1. The only death for Kyrie was when they pushed the base. Just essentially 0. You know, you're not gonna count it because it's just like a kill out of overvision and a kill out of like the game's ended anyways, right? So we are gonna see his damage spread. That's gonna be a lot for sure. And I think Sans also played this well. There was a time where Apex 47 tried to frontline against Sans, but because this is Apex 47 prioritizing the Athena shield as well as the dominance ice, he's actually not built to tank Sans. surely there's Athena Shield, but that's not gonna be enough. You need Radiant Armor, right? But you understand why he went for the Athena Shield, because he wants to be able to pop his ultimate. But when it comes to like positional battles wherein you wanna get into position first before you go for your ultimate, you definitely need Radiant Armor because you're gonna suffer from all of the sustained ramp damage that you'll get from the Lilia. So that's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, Athena Shield on Minotaur up against the Lilia, that's pretty normal. That's literally the way to go. However, Suns played that well in a way that he timed his pokes and he was actually very aggressive. There was a time where the second Lord, where Suns was actually behind enemy lines already. And he was uncontested, and he managed to put Apex 47 to what, 30-20% HP. Apex had to get out, and already there's a hero that's lost from Flux Esports.
Yeah, and some great synergy from them to be able to open up the way in that game. I mean, there was not a single point in that match where ONIC was not in control, right? Again, we were looking at Flux Esports being a reactionary team to them, just kind of playing into their hands every step of the way until they were trapped into the base with nothing left to do. Backs against the wall and a Luminous Lord walking down there to close it out. And as we jump into game number 2, this is similar. This is literally a repeat of their debut opening for Game of 2024 when they went up against Blacklist. Blacklist was able to kind of close them out. Blacklist took a little bit longer to get that victory, but again, the Lunox jungle just did not work in their favor. And I don't really see them trying it again. After they lost to Blacklist, they did switch it up though. So maybe this time around, we'll see a little bit of a different drafting style from the side of Fireflux. Some adjustments in the way for game number 2 because everything is on the line, right? I mean, they've made it here into the semifinals. They took down one of the highest decorated teams in Mobile Legends history, M series holders, you name it, shutting down Blacklist from the Philippines. Honestly, probably doing ONIC a favor, shutting them down and making them go up against them. And getting to this point, now we got to see, was it a fluke? Was it them stepping to the occasion? I mean, everybody's asking these questions like, how is Turkey compared to the top regions in MLBB? And so far, with that game, it was a little bit of a struggle. So hopefully for game 2, like I said, I don't like seeing sweeps. I like seeing things go to a game number 3. They turn this around, but I definitely think it starts with something a little bit more with a frontline presence that doesn't lack when you're behind like a Lunox in the jungle.
The first 3 picks that we saw from Fireflux, Esports, very much understandable. It's their signature pickups. In fact, they have mastered that kind of playstyle that you feel very confident the way that they're playing it. However, the last 2 picks, that's where they kind of felt like, okay, maybe we don't have much choices. They went in for CC, which is in a way fine because it's just a strong hero in general, but it doesn't really help them group up. It doesn't win the EXP lane matchup for them to be able to eventually take over the map. It doesn't supply split push or anything. It just is a strong hero, 1v1, and then eventually in the team fights. Now, that's where the Lunox comes in, where it's a very difficult situation now because it's very awkward. Surely, if you snowball with the Lunox, if you get your jungle pattern like spread out, then you get the first turtle, then eventually go for the Ruby DD plays, 100% you can melt down even a Martis, even a Ruby will melt in your face. But that didn't work because ONIC just knew how to invade the Lunox. Lunox makes sense, but it's super duper high risk, and the reward is like, it's not even high risk, high reward. It's like ultra high risk, mediocre reward, if you get my meaning. So I understand why they went for it, but they didn't have to go that way. There's Backshot that was still available. They themselves banned the Parrots, which they could have used as well, right? So there's the Akai. I thought the Akai would be a good pickup as well because that's your protection, right? The Martis does not have enough anti-crowd control for the continuous crowd control that you get from the heavy spin, right? So there's a lot of like easier options that Fireflux Esports could have gone for, but they went the different route, far too creative, and they struggled because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to make a statement. They're like, if we can't get it off on the Philippines, we're going to try it on Indonesia. It's kind of funny. It reminds me of when we saw the $1 Million Layla walk in again from RQ Hoshi trying to get a steal as well against AP Bren. Some of these creative picks, but sometimes it's not the best option on the table. And you don't want to put yourself at a deficit because if you can't pull it off, it's harder to come back when you lose the first objectives in the game, to where it's almost not even worth picking it up. As other junglers, when you fall on a neutral objective, they have an easier time of climbing back up that hill and equalizing the economy, but you don't really see that when the Lunox is in that position. You kind of see the Lunox, okay, I didn't get the first neutral objectives, now I got to play safe. Now I just got to wait. Hopefully my roamer gets a good set, because if not, I'm not going to find my way into any of these turtles, which is why I do agree with you. I think the Akai would have been a great bully inside of that jungle to be able to do that. We've been seeing other picks like the Barats, walking around being able to do this, a Fredrin definitely being a little bit more prominent on this scene, and I definitely think that's one of the keys that they have to watch out for and possibly draft in as they lean forward into game number 2 up against ONIC. Now ONIC though, keep doing what you're doing. Honestly, I didn't see anything wrong with that. That was a one-sided story. That was a very low kill game. That was the fastest game that we've had today so far, and this is the semifinals, right? You got to bring your everything in ONIC. They're the last team standing so far for Indonesia. We saw RQ Hoshi get taken down from AP Bren in the first series of today, earning that first spot inside of the grand finals, holding that banner high for the Philippines, and looking like Indonesia is trying to get that last remaining position to go head-to-head against them. Flux Esports, though, hey, they're out of Turkey. They've been doing a great job. They just got to tighten up their draft and find a way to be a bully in the early phase against ONIC.
Yeah, maybe at the phase of elimination against ONIC, maybe you just go back to your typical standard plays, your most comfortable play style. There's really nothing wrong with that. You have a plethora of heroes that you can play for TNZ, right? Like we said, Akai could have been there, the choice. And then if you look at Alien, surely this is not the only hero that Alien can play. He plays a mean Lapu-Lapu. I thought Lapu-Lapu is a great hero against the carry. Some people would disagree though because of the recent trending build-up for carry. Because you go quote-unquote tank carry now, apparently. Going in for the Thunderbelt, eventually go for like more tanky options, and your emblem set is actually tanky. But at the same time, you're still a Lapu-Lapu. You can still apply the threat, right? But as a CC, you can only tank the damage. And the thing is, ONIC, you saw in that game, when Alien pops the Vengeance, they just drop their weapons and get out. Like, they disarm themselves, get out, and then just get back when the Vengeance is over. What I'm trying to say here is, Vengeance CC is not going to work as easily as that against a team like ONIC. Because ONIC will drop their weapons and just get out and not fight the CC when the Vengeance is up.
Yeah, definitely playing patient. I mean, and like you kind of mentioned inside of the first game, when the Minotaur would use the Minoan Fury, they were just baiting it out. They were just waiting for it, and then you have like 60 seconds to have a little bit of that window where they're pretty much vulnerable for that entire time because there's not that much crowd control to stop the early aggressive push from the side of ONIC from invading. And I mean, that's what Kyrie kind of leaned into. He was definitely rotating around. I would even say Boots opening up at the final slash and making it even worse. With the R-Lot profiting so much off the CC that they had. I mean, you have Keyboy, chain CC on the Ruby, one of the best CCs, chain heroes in the game. Stack up with the R-Lot is a recipe for disaster if you're ahead. And they leaned forward into that so much, putting Flux at a little bit of that deficit. So in the next game, I do agree with you. I mean, I think if they run the CC, they need something that can be a little bit more of a bully in the jungle. Like, I feel like the Minotaur would have been okay if they would have had something else that was strong in the jungle, that was a frontline hero that's not easily invadable and also able to bounce back when they're down in the neutral objectives. Maybe a little bit more sustainability to last in these fights. Because, I mean, we just saw TNZ definitely way too squishy. And when you have a Martis ahead like that, and you have a early game mage such as a Lilia from Sans, you mentioned Sans, we asked the question when this all started about Rosa. Will Rosa be able to rise to the occasion against one of the most credited mages of all time, Sans? And so far, you haven't really been able to see Rosa get online. I mean, multiple times, even in the early phase. I think within the first 60 seconds of that game, we saw Melina's gift, Nana's passive procced very, very early in the engagements, and Rosa having to run all the way to the tier 2 turret and not really being able to be there for those fights. And I think it really just boiled down to Apex 47 having to kind of protect TNZ majority of the time and trying to get a perfect Manoa and Fury knockup, which didn't really work in Rosa's favor on the rotations. And speaking of rotations, rotating on over to game number 2, a possible final stand for Fireflux Esports if they're not careful. ONIC leading the way 1-0.
Be banning out the Lilia themselves, knowing that Rosa actually plays that hero so well. If you look back at the M4, some of the group stages matches and some of the matches before, like during the qualifiers that for the Turkish qualifiers as well. Guinevere is going to be the banner for Fireflux Esports. I believe that they also banned out Vexana in the previous game, which is kind of off-putting. At the same time, it didn't matter anyways because ONIC just picked up Lilia, right? And I think at this point, Sans is a player that you don't really want to target ban in the first phase because it's gonna be playing almost anything anyways, right? So it's sometimes it's not worth it, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. The Navari banned out too. I think the Mathilda's definitely going to be the option next for Fireflux Esports. Not something I would be willing to put into the hands of ONIC. So that should be their next ban on the table. Now, there are still some other heavy hitters. We've seen the Joy constantly being banned out. Could be an answer. Fireflux is going to go ahead and ban out the Ruby, though. I respect it. I mean, the Ruby's, like we said, is such a strong pick. One of the most picked heroes so far in Game of Futures 2024. Right. To be able to flex it into the roam position, into the XP lane, that double threat that it can provide is not really worth letting it walk in the draft. Mathilda's still on the table, though. That should be the last ban for the side of Fireflux and ONIC with the response. Interesting the way they're banning this out so far. It's definitely calculated specifically toward Fireflux as they ban out the Hilda.
The reason why they ban Hilda is because they know they banned it like third, right? So they know that Fireflux Esports will have to choose between Nolan and Joy because they're both open. And if you're looking at ONIC Esports, they know that the only reason why Kyrie on an assassin like a Joy or a Nolan will struggle in their laning stage or the early stages of the game is when there's a Hilda that goes for it. So that's an interesting manner. And I think that right now you can automatically assume that this first pick from ONIC is either Nolan or Joy, whatever it is open. Matilda, the ban from Fireflux. If you're ONIC, you're gonna favor Nolan for sure. That's the easiest option, like the surefire way to win games now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think the Nolan would be a very strong pickup from them. You know what? Oh no, Guinevere's out. So yeah, I would say the Nolan's safe. Yeah. They could definitely take that and deal some massive damage. There it goes right there. Credits to Wolf and that amazing prediction. Fireflux, though, left with the here. They let the Nolan walk, and where do they go from here, right? I mean, the R-Lot is still on the table if they do want to pick up something like that. Actually, you know what? No, they could run something like the Barats and run some sustainability on top of that. It did walk through this draft. We know Fireflux Esports likes to pick those core marksmen that we typically see, that Claude, that carry. We saw ONIC steal the carry away from them. They responded back with the Claude. So definitely maybe picking up their marksman here because they have priority on whichever one they want. Should be a focus. And then I would say maybe even the Barats would be a little safe. Okay, there goes the Angela. So there should be a Barats pickup here because I think that would be the second, unless you pick up the Rafaela. I mean, that's the second support that I would kind of pair up with it. But no, they go in for something else entirely. Oh, okay. So the Terizla pickup. So at least I have crowd control, but that's not really something that I would have expected with some of the other prioritized targets on the board.
Yeah, okay, so I think that because they already know that the Nolan was picked up, they didn't feel like hard pressed to immediately pick up their jungler, like maybe Barat or Joy, because they already know that Nolan is there. There's no reason to pick that up. So they pick up Terizla, but that means that ONIC might just go back to the carry. I'm thinking like Carrie and Brody here for ONIC, but there are teams that like to play Claude up against Angela, but up against a Terizla, that might not be the choice. And knowing that they have Nolan, they typically pair this up with Brody, Harith, heroes that are dependable or self or independent. I mean, independent in the side lane. So that's Harith and that's Arlott as well from ONIC. Yeah, really smart decision here from ONIC. So Fireflux, they're left with the Joy.
Ooh, okay. ONIC getting creative though. That Harith pickup could be a possible problem. I mean, with the Joy walking on the table, normally we see it kind of banned super early. It may need a little bit of suppression or some single target CC to kind of keep him in his tracks. And we don't see a roamer yet for the side of ONIC, but they don't have that much CC really in their favor. I mean, they got a little bit of slow from the Harith. They've got the final slash over there from the Arlott, but he's going to profit off of some more group CC. So maybe, it's going to be interesting to see what they kind of combo it in with over there for Arlott. But looking at Fireflux, I do like the Joy pickup. It's very interesting. It is going to put a lot of pressure, though, on the Terizla to kind of open up these engagements, right? I mean, I guess he has a little bit of a saving grace from Apex 47 to keep him alive when he drops in with those penalty zones. But that's really what they're going to be banking on. Either finding a way for Joy to get to the back line and pop that electrifying beats and pretty much take down either Sans or Albert. But for TNG or for the Terizla pickup, I feel like that's just going to be very aggressive. You're going to really have to bank on him getting into the front line, dropping a penalty zone, and then also having Apex 47 attached to him to be able to keep him alive and open up these games. But they are going against a Harith who does kind of love the up close and personal fight, which may be a little bit of a challenge.
I think ONIC are purposely overloading their dashes so that Fireflux will be tempted to go for a Phoveus, which, by the way, has been picked up by Fireflux before. However, because of the Terizla being already picked up by Fireflux, might not be considering that anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So, but there's the possibility because it was picked up in the mid lane before. Like a few actually played that so many times in the mid lane. Great versus Nolan versus Harith and this Arlott. But like I said, it's a low-hanging fruit that you don't want to take because it might be poison. Because ONIC's really prepared for that. Yeah. So, what is the pick? They're looking for a marksman here for Fireflux. I'm thinking Brody for Fireflux because they should not go for a late-game hyper carry anymore because they already have the Joy. So, their side lane has to be at par with Harith. So I'm thinking like, Brody, carry, heroes that get activated much earlier for them to, there you go, the carry. What if ONIC goes back to some sustained kind of EXP lane? Maybe put this Arlott in the roam for Keyboy, then have Suns go for Aurora Vexana, heroes which matches up with the tempo of the Arlott, and then go for a sustained hero for Boots, because now you have the Nolan. Usually, if you go this route, you need sustain. So I'm thinking actually Uranus for ONIC, although it's no longer the meta hero, but ONIC is a team that actually picks that up, and it has good synergy with both Harith as well as Nolan, where you're not that concerned about the side lanes. Well, they go Barretts anyways, so that's their sustain. Going in for Boots.
And hey, there it goes. They going for the Phoveus themselves. Hey, we're not going to bait it out. We're just going to pick it and dominate. I mean, there's a lot of dashes on their side. I feel like the Joy's a little fast though to be able to kind of get away from the demonic force. We'll have to see how that kind of plays into it.
Oh, it's
sustainability knocked up on the board as well. There goes the Feramis to keep them alive. And this is interesting, right? I mean, you've got a bully in the jungle with the Barats being able to kind of sustain himself in these engagements. As long as he can get to his stacks, you are going to be looking at Boots running this Nolan in the XP lane. And then you're going to be looking at the Arlott being that roam position that we were looking for. Gold lane over there from Albert on the Harith, and then the mid lane with the Feramis. Now, I like the way this composition works out. It's definitely aggressive, though. Like, they're very... But you know what they do lack, though? They don't have that much range on their team. Definitely compared to the other side. But draft has been finalized. One more shot over there for Fireflux Esports to turn this around. They need to even out the series. If they lose here, it'll be a 2-0 sweep, and we'll be seeing ONIC be able to move on forward into the grand finals to go up against AP Bren. Can they turn this around?
It's difficult, but they did pick up this X-Borg, which with all sense of the game, like the actual matchup against the 5 heroes that you can see from ONIC. Surely it makes sense. But it forces you to go for Terizla Rome, which, by the way, has been trending recently. Not 100%. I don't agree 100% with that kind of mindset with the
The future.
Terizla Rome, Terizla Rome, because it's too slow for my own taste. But hey, this is oh, it's not.
Whoa.
It's a mid lane Terizla.
My goodness. Okay, so I've seen a lot of
Okay.
things so far in Game of Futures. We saw
Okay.
Paquito in the mid lane from Nico. Now we see Terizla in the mid lane. What is going on? The XP laners, the fighters are taking over in that mage position. Rosa showcasing his hero pool. But, you know, I'm kind of questionable about it. And I'm not going to lie to you because we mentioned in game number 1, they really had a hard time when they were trying to get too creative with the draft on that Lunox jungle. And now, still going to go something a little bit not traditional, unorthodox, pick up the Terizla in the mid lane position. I hope they can perform well on it because ONIC is not one of those teams that you can easily pull off these type of drafts against.
Unbelievable that this actually happened and we witnessed it. But with all due fairness, it has a little merit to it because you maybe you farm a little bit faster than when you compare to Rome, obviously. But how do you actually play this Terizla, right? Do you play it in a tanky manner as the typical XP laner? Or do you go damage at least because you're a mid laner? Because guess what? In the early stages, you 100% need a lot more damage as Flux Esports. Surely this joy hurts when it comes to the early rotations, but it's not as reliable as your typical mages like Fairmist, for example, that can really cover your damage problems in the early stages of the game.
Right, they're going to be relying on Apex 47 for a little of that magic damage. You know, it is Barat in the XP lane, though. Boots is going to pick that up. Kyrie is going to be running the Nolan to be able to deal that quick burst damage. Now, the Barat's in the XP lane up against the Xborg, that's something interesting to see, right? I mean, Xborg definitely has that true damage, can kind of fight from afar. May be able to keep the Rats at bay, but he's doing a really good job of maintaining his stacks. The question is, who will be able to win the early phase? The last game, we saw ONIC take total control on a one-sided story up against Flux Esports. Is the Terizla in the mid lane the difference?
I want to say yes, really badly. I want to say yes, but the easy answer is no. This might even be a liability. No, Alien has to get out. No control now for the turtle for Flux Esports.
Yeah, no control indeed. But looks like they are still going in for it. Alien in a good position. Look at Keyboy, though, waiting for an opportunity to rush in with the final slash. Set up the team for an opportunity to get that retribution. Boots in position, pulling the aggro. Kyrie will find Alien. Down goes Xborg. First blood for the side. ONIC Heart Guard being activated, though, onto TNZ. Rushing in. Another room going down. TNZ, though, will claim this turtle for Flux Esports and also draw a kill. Shuts down Kyrie, but now you need to get out of there, making the most out of the mobility. On some skates, sliding through the land of Dawn as they're able to pull that off and take a kill to even out the scoreboard.
So ONIC really got baited into taking down Alien, which kind of makes a lot of sense. But then again, that Xborg is already very low. That actually forced Kyrie to commit some of his energy as well as some of his spells before the turtle fight to get into position to take out Alien. So he wasn't really in the best spot to start that turtle. And that also meant that he lost some HP, right? Because Alien had a little bit of poke in there. And that meant that when TNZ as well as Apex 47 combined with the Heart Guard, Kyrie had some of his tools were gone. So that's the reason why Flux Esports easily committed onto Kyrie and took him out. Then the bonus is they got the turtle. So this is such a massive recovery from Flux Esports.
Yeah, and they got to really watch out for TN, right? We talked about needing some sort of single target CC to stop him from getting to the back line. And he has a little bit of that momentum boost, knowing Apex 47 has the Heart Guard when things get a little tricky. And hey, he was able to take down Kyrie. So it looks like so far their plans are working in their favor. Speaking of TNZ, there it goes again. The dynamic duo combo giving ONIC a hard time, forcing out the Netherrealm. Rosa with the penalty zone tries to get away, but no, Kyrie with the response, shuts him down 2-1. ONIC leading in kills, bottom side though. Last Sanity dropping detonus. Welcome from Boots into the bush for the stun, forcing out the flicker from Alien. Both of them very low, still taking this fight.
Whoa!
And Boots draws the kill.
Wow, great movements coming out from Boots. Hey, baiting out Alien, and then that duel, he was able to win with that flicker. Alien didn't really expect that to happen, but now TNZ is going to be finishing up the kill, but there'll be a lot of trades here.
Ooh, Kyrie, able to find Apex 47. He used the retribution on him to kind of keep him at bay, to be able to burst him down. He will not have that for this turtle, but like we said again, ONIC, one of those teams that kind of focus on getting those kills nice and early. It's okay. We know they're not going to go for this turtle anyway. We might as well get the slightest advantage we can. And there you have it, now leading the way 4-2. 1,000 gold lead, and the third kill so far from Kyrie. I mean, he was opening up the game in match number 1 over there with that Martis, and now it's looking like it's coming to fruition again with the Nolan pick.
Yeah, and you can see that they're not making the beeline towards the turtle yet, because it kind of felt like TNZ knows that he has a little bit of level advantage, so he can go for the purple first and then get the level 10. But Kyrie, that is a crucial Lethal Wanderer, by the way, because that's levels that it's EXP that you take away from Kyrie. So TNZ actually great heads-up play in that regard.
Yeah, definitely still putting on pressure, still trying to find a way to keep their momentum rolling. Even though ONIC has the slightest advantage, can't count them out just yet. Rosa pulled in, down to about 50% HP. Rotating around with this untraditional pickup on this Terizla, but still trying to provide that opportunity with the penalty zones. Turtle spawned in though. There it goes. Heart Guard activated onto TNZ. Use the electrifying beats. Triple knockup. Rosa with the set. Alien with the punish. Finds Kyrie. Boots will take down TNZ. Rosa finds Boots. That is going to be a 2-for-2 trade as Albert shuts down Rosa. And wait a minute, Suns will shut down Alien. Apex 47 forced back into the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Oh, great plays coming out from Fireflux, but even better recovery coming out from ONIC. This time they have activated Albert, and this is a 5v4 scenario where Fireflux Esports got surprised, a little bit surprised at the decision to park the Harith in this case. However, Alien still managed to land a good ultimate with the flicker, without the flicker, I mean. Unfortunately, because ONIC had 5 of their members in the clash, it allowed ONIC to have a massive damage gap. However, Fireflux, Sunshine was able to push top lane. That's a tier 2 turret that he was able to take away when the fight happened. So I think that, honestly, after all the things that happened, Fireflux Esports might have had the better trade. Even when they're not leading when it comes to the gold right now, I think that specific trade, you are very happy if you're Fireflux Esports.
Yeah, definitely credits to Sunshine over there. Some good rotations to be able to open up an opportunity for Fireflux Esports, keeping them in this game up against ONIC. I mean, Fireflux did a good start, though. They were able to take that turtle, the first turtle. The second one got lost to ONIC, so at least both sides were able to pull a turtle off so far. In terms of map control, though, I mean, yeah, you're looking at Fireflux Esports having the slightest advantage. It's definitely going to be a battle over who could take this mid-lane turret next. You're already seeing ONIC realizing this is the next focus, and they are going to go ahead and shift on over to that. Now, everything is on the line for Fireflux Esports right now, right? I mean, if they lose this game, they're done. They're knocked out of Game of Futures 2024, packing their bags and going home. ONIC, they have insurance. They know if we lose this, hey, we're going through to Game 3, baby, so no need to worry. But Fireflux Esports, a lot of pressure on their side, and you can definitely tell they're giving it their all and playing a little bit more calculated this time around. Speaking of calculation, another one going down. TNZ is going to find Kyrie. Big play for Fireflux Esports, but the response back from ONIC. Last standing from Alien for some massive AoE damage. Albert will find Sunshine. TNZ trying to get away. Heart Guard activated, keeping him alive. Keyboard on the chase, but now the response back. The stun from Apex 47. The counterplay from TNZ. Maybe able to get him. Shuts down Keyboy. Albert responds back, taking down TNZ. Rosa trying to make his way back into the mid lane. Albert and Boots on the chase. Will drop down. Nizam and Force and Albert will take down Rosa. Last Insanity, though. The punish back. Both of these teams fighting it out, getting answers across the board. Alien shuts down Albert, but Albert will take him out as well. That is a 3-for-2 trade, but ONIC leading the way still 11-7, and now pulling the aggro for this Lord.
Oh my God, ONIC, what a good exchange for both teams. In fact, like it's a showcase of skills. TNC overheating and trying to punish Keyboy, but Keyboy, good communication between Keyboy as well as Albert. Keyboy did not move, so that TNC will also be pinned into that spot, and he kind of survived for a little bit. That is Arlet anyways with a lot of spell vamps, so that's why he had a little bit of staying power. It allowed Albert to close in the gap and get the to eventually get a triple. He eventually died because of that, but because TNZ died after Kyrie was already long overdue when it comes to respawn, that allowed ONIC to have a better trade-off after the kills, right? Because Kyrie has now respawned, he can burst the Lord so easily, as you've seen, and because TNZ died a few seconds when Kyrie is already dead, he wasn't able to reach the Lord fight. So that's gonna be great for ONIC, forcing the hard guard again against Firefox Esports.
Yeah, and a good play too, right? I mean, they noticed a little bit of that focus from Apex 47 onto TNZ, forces out the hard guard, opens up the opportunity to take that turret on the top side and the turret for the mid lane. Defense though, Rosa with the full sin dive, with penalty zone hit with Detna's welcome boots. Gets the stun on the wall, Zaman Force drops down. Albert trying to find his 6th kill of the game, highest kills in the game so far for ONIC, as they open up this map even more in their favor, leading by 1 turret and also up by 3,000 gold.
Yeah, good pressure coming out from ONIC, but definitely a great defense from a decent defense coming up from Fireflux Esports. They're not losing some of their members, but they are trailing behind when it comes to the goal. TNC wants to fight this.
Looks like they want to take the fight, but can they pull it off? Last Sanity going down. Alien does not have the Faraga arm and needs to get out of there. Chunked very low. ONIC putting on some pressure up against Fireflux Esports. Now taking control of this game. Fireflux having to kind of be reactive. Similar to the first game we've seen. I wouldn't say as much of a one-sided story, but still, you can tell ONIC is controlling the tempo.
Yeah, great plays coming up from Fireflux. So far, I mean, from ONIC, but TNZ, I think that there's a lot of, there should be a lot of credit that could be given to this guy, 4-2-2 at this point, like playing the Joy in a very aggressive manner, even when they're trailing behind. He knows the limits of the hero, that in a way, especially because they have the Angela, but more so because of how much he's able to be aggressive. The thing for ONIC is that they know how to deal with this, how to handle this kind. I want to say poke coming out from the Joy, which is not actually a poke because it's an assassin, and it doesn't like visually makes a lot of sense to say that is poke, but in a way that is what TNZ is doing. Like he's looking for an opening, at least he's making an opening so that ONIC will just back out and maybe he finds 1 kill, or maybe he attracts ONIC's attention and debates them, but ONIC is not gonna fall for the trap.
Speaking of traps, major objective on the way. Luminous Lord intact. Tienzio, he's going to join the party nice and early. He's going to jump in with the electrifying beats. You are going to see the Heart Guard activated, but I don't know about that because that's 2 major ultimates off the playing field. A chance for ONIC to respond if they do want to take this clash. You are going to go ahead and see Kyrie, though, respawn back to the base. A little bit of that regen, getting ready to go ahead and take that purple buff. Boots in a good position. I mean, he's running this Barats, right? He's a bully. He has all his stacks. He's able to maintain them off of this Lord and also in the mid lane. But now you are seeing Fireflux Esports trying to go in, trying to actually take this fight in the Lord pit.
Interesting. Fireflux Esports went for that. They don't have the hard guard. But they have a healthy minion wave from top to bottom, so maybe that's why they feel confident.
Ooh,
wow.
Confidence. There you have it. TNZ able to pull it off, gets a kill, takes down Kyrie, and claims the Lord for Fireflux Esports. Now they just need to get out of there. Rosa with the penalty zone on their way out. Nobody will fall for the side of Fireflux Esports. Mission accomplished, and hey, this is what they need to do to stay in this game.
Fireflux Esports, great understanding of how to take the Lord, to counter the Lord, because they know that TNZ is max level anyways, so is Kyrie, so there'll always be a 50-50. Then TNZ actually went against 5, so that's crazy. But at the same time, the setup was there. If you're going to be looking at the map, Fireflux's minion wave management was actually on point. Top was pushing heavily, bottom was pushing heavily, so Fireflux had a lot more opening actually to take that Lord, and indeed they were able to do so. TNZ just right amount of confidence and right amount of aggression to actually even up this game.
Ooh, he's going to rush in. Harkar activated, keeping Sunshine alive. A little bit of a close call. Flux Esports, you know, they were down for majority of this game. Rosa with the flicker to safety. The pendulum has swung in their favor, right? Able to steal this Lord. Like you said, give some credit over to TNZ on the way he's been kind of rotating around, especially running this Joy, who we typically see banned out, and nothing really to stop him from getting into these neutral objectives. He's really leaning on not having to worry about that single target CC. Apex 47 with the heart guards to keep him alive, and it's getting the job done almost every single time when it comes to the contest for these neutral engagements, and it's something that ONIC is going to have to watch out for, because the later this game goes, the stronger these Lords are. If Fireflux can continue to get these steals, ONIC will be forced to the defense and try and hold them off from evening out the series.
Oh, look at Joy. This is the timing where Joy is much stronger than the Nolan. So in the early stages, Nolan is faster compared to the Joy. Nolan is actually more bursty, I guess, compared to the Joy. But at this point, when they're all locked out, all of the with 4 items already up for TNZ, eventually gets to the fifth whole item. That Joy is gonna hurt, right? So it definitely, when it comes to 1v1, Kyrie will not survive that. There's no, you don't want to go Winter Truncheon if you're the Nolan. Not even the Immortality, right? So you want to go all out damage. There's no way for you to stop the Angela Joy combo. So Fireflux Esports are really showcasing how good their composition is. However, ONIC still is winning when it comes to the economy. But oh my God.
Kyrie finding Apex 47, Netherrealm being activated. TNZ trying to get away. They finally caught him. Deadness welcome from Boots Sans takes the kill. High value target in there. Then is Sunshine trying to escape. Hit with the final slash. Kyrie still in the deal with the fracture. We'll shut him down. Albert in the mid lane will find Alien. One more member left to go. Rosa, the mid lane to Rizla, left to fight the full 5-man team. What time is it? What time is it, Wolf? Oh, you know what time it is. It's on.
You know what time it is.
As they are pushing through the mid lane. Kyrie, king of the sky, king of the ground, claims the full life bet against Fireflux Esports and moves on to the grand finals of Game of Futures 2024.
In a snap, in fact. And I don't know if you've ever played other games like sports games, but that is definitely a superstar trigger that we saw. Like literally the timing where it kind of felt like for 17 minutes or for 16 minutes they're just charging up their bars and waiting for that superstar trigger to kick in. Eventually all of them got that all together, and the jump they're coming out from Kyrie looking for the perfect target, the Angela, the only defense for them. They pick him up and then they found the Joy. Boots committed the flicker, an ultimate to lock down the Joy. Then eventually they found another. Rosa couldn't run, Sunshine couldn't run. They got wiped away in a snap. And that's ONIC just activating their superstar trigger against Fireflux Esports, who happens to be really recovering from this game.
Yeah, definitely put on a lot of pressure as we jump through that match. I mean, at some point it looked like they were going to be able to kind of close it out themselves, but ONIC being resilient as ever, able to find the opportunity they were looking for, and like you said, the snap of a finger, able to kind of take that game in a flash, all from one mistake from the side of Fireflux Esports, and that's all it takes when you're going up against a team of this caliber. The higher we go on this ladder, the altitude is rising, and only so many teams can handle that pressure. ONIC rising to the occasion. They saw Hoshi fall. It's AP Bren, and they said, hey, we're the last one standing out there from Indonesia. This is our stand, and we don't plan on going out without a fight. Able to pull it off. A great execution to be able to close out this game. That means we're going to be having a grand finals between the last standing team from the Philippines, AP Bren, up against the last standing team from Indonesia. It's ONIC time.
Here, we can see that Fireflux Esports are actually finding some ways. And this is Boots is going for the flicker. Sunshine from the left side, found by Keyboy, of all people. Keyboy just kind of smells where the opponents are, and he even used that flicker in a very flashy manner as was the final slash, just to control Sunshine, and the the house of cards that Fireflux built just crumbled down so easily in a snap and a trigger of a finger. And I gotta say, yeah, I do agree with this MVP. Takes 1 and 4. Albert kept ONIC in this game. When Kyrie was already struggling because of the nature of Nolan versus Angela Joy matchup, Albert picked up the slack. And to be fair, he had a triple in this game, and almost all of those clashes, he was able to output enough damage to kind of secure his team. And in that last set of team fights as well, he was so smooth with his movements, like very efficient with his Harith. And that's how you know that he is definitely an expert at this hero. And overall, the members of ONIC Esports is just built around this composition. They knew exactly how to execute.
Yeah, speaking of execution, there you go. As you see, both teams on the board so far. An amazing series for ONIC. Fireflux Esports, though, definitely rose to the occasion. Didn't really disappoint. Able to take down Blacklist at the end of the day and show some promising things for the region as we kind of progress through the year for Mobile Legends 2024. But ONIC, now with them moving on to that final spot in the grand finals, this is going to be a repeat of M5.
Yes, sir.
Getting to see ONIC versus AP Bren, which went all the way to a game number 7. Now, everybody, you know, especially out there in Indonesia, all those Kyrie fans, you know, definitely hurt their hearts to see them fall. Even Kyrie himself, you could tell how bad he really wanted that victory. And now able to get a second chance to go up against AP Bren, and this time for an even bigger prize pool.
Oh,
will he be able to step up to the
unbelievable.
occasion? But Philippines ready to take on that fight. AP Bren still looking stronger than ever. One of the best records so far in the Game of Futures 2024. And that is only painting half the picture of how great these teams have been performing today. But we are now officially down to the top 2 teams in Game of Futures 2024. There you see some of the stats on board so far. Sans and Rosa. There you go. You asked the question, does Rosa step up to the occasion? It's a tall glass to be filled, and had a little bit of a slight challenge at the end.
Man, it's very difficult to beat Rosa's shoes, though. He's playing Charizla. Up against Sans, just playing a standard mid laner that he is very much able to make a lot of impact. And I think that this was ONIC just, you know, just styling on Fireflux at the end. But definitely you got really scared. I think that I have to still commend the members of Fireflux, particularly with TNZ, just showing us how it's done with the Joy Angela comp, the aggression that he played around, that he manifested in this game, that he showed to us. And I think that the showcase of skills was there for Fireflux. It's just that mid lane, Charizla, jungle Lunox, that cannot easily work against a team with the caliber of ONIC Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just looking very promising for the year to come, right? I mean, we still have MSC, which will be around the corner, another amazing prize pool on the way. And Turkey stepping up to the occasion. Like we said, in M5, we got to see Duos Volts get pretty high. Now we're seeing another region provide some valuable competition. So I would still say it's a win for them to be able to make it into a possible third place position. Definitely credits to them. This is going to be interesting, though. I mean, you are still going to be seeing Fireflux fight it out tomorrow for the battle of third place, and they're going to be going up against Blacklist International. So they will have a chance to kind of, have a rematch and see if was it a coincidence, was it a fluke, or hey, are they just that good? Definitely make sure you guys check out the matches tomorrow.
Isn't it RQ that they're going to be facing?
Is it? Oh, maybe I'm reading it wrong. Let me look. Oh, no, you're right. RQ. Yep, RQ.
It was RQ.
Oh, so no, actually, Blacklist is gone. That's right. They knocked him out. So RQ, Hoshi. So Indonesia's still in the mix.
That's right.
With RQ Hoshi. Even if for some reason, I mean, 2 Indonesian teams made it into the final day of Game of Futures. So that's definitely something to be proud about. The Philippines still looking stronger than ever. AP Bren holding that M-Series title, still wearing that crown strong and showcasing their mastery. Now, tomorrow is going to be full of excitement, man. Honestly, no matter which way it plays out, if we see even half the little competition we watched today, fireworks will be lighting up in the sky all across the world for Game of Futures 2024.
I'm sure it will go to a game number 5. And I will not be surprised if it's like a very long series, like 5 20-minute games with good team fighting from both teams. AP Bren versus ONIC is now a classic, a Southeast Asia Classico, and I'm excited to see that.
And there you have it. Wise words from the richest caster in the world. It was also very amazing to be able to cast with you, Wolf, on the desk for Game of Futures 2024. We had some exciting matches. We got to see a lot of surprises, a lot of twist turns, and a little bit of burns in the Land of Dawn. But hey, that is going to close out today's segment. Ladies and gentlemen, Game of Futures 2024 semifinals comes to a complete, as we are going to see two teams move forward into the grand finals. That's right, AP Bren able to hold that banner out there for the Philippines, and ONIC alongside them for Indonesia. They will be playing it out in a grand finals best of 5. Definitely show up tomorrow and represent your regions, as we'll be watching alongside you guys. But as always, we appreciate y'all, and we'll see you guys in the grand finals. Peace.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.